Grateful to God Almighty for how far He's brought us. It's the final week in the month of January 2025. Good morning and thank you very much for choosing us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. We're excited that you have life this morning, strong, getting ready for work. Maybe you're actually at work. But whatever it is that you do, note that, look, no matter the challenge that you are going through in life, it's only a phase in your life. And there is nothing that you cannot handle that God would allow to happen to you. So anything that happens to you is what you can definitely handle and take care of. My name is Winston Amwa. And this morning on the Super Morning Show, we're still talking about illegal mining. Because we're actually told that 3 groups are currently inside the Tano Nimri Forest Reserve mining illegally and further degrading the already degraded forest reserve. Now, in 2024, Galamsey was a major issue in this country. In fact, it was a major campaign issue. Now, you may think it's too early. We say it can never be early in the administration of this government to tackle illegal mining. What are we waiting for? Why are we going to sleep again? Well, this morning, we say enough of the destruction of our environment, and the time to act certainly is now. But we should have acted yesterday, but we cannot fail today. So Erastus Asaredonko will be joining us here on the Super Morning Show. But also coming up this morning, 7-member team announced to plan national economic dialogue. And so in a statement issued by the presidency, the National Economic Dialogue Planning Committee will be chaired by Ishmael Yamson. And the other members are Dr. K.Y. Amwako, Professor John Gachi, Mohammed Samara, Nelly Miriku, Anthony Sapong, and Ernest de Graft Ejir. According to the government, the National Economic Dialogue is to achieve the following: communicate the true state of Ghana's economy to stakeholders and the people of Ghana, develop homegrown fiscal consolidation program to actually guide the national budget and highlight key structural reforms and policy priorities essential for resetting the economy. Okay. What do you make of the objectives and the team? Does this remind you so much of the Sinchi dialogue years ago? And of course, you have 4 weeks to submit a report. We'll tell you more about that later on the show. Well, let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS. And then on WhatsApp, 0551111997. Coming up now is the news at 6.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra, on Love 99.5 in Kumasi and myjoyonline.com. We're so live in all 16 regions of Ghana. Coming up, Ghana Health Service issues public alert as cerebrospinal meningitis claims 6 lives with 19 cases under surveillance in the Upper West region.
Jirapa 2 cases, Lambusie 2, Nadoli Kali 7, Mandom Municipal 5, and then Wild West 3.
Also coming up, Speaker of Parliament Alban Babin puts life on the line to get anti-LGBTQ bill passed.
I can lose my life because of that. It's better not to live than to live in that society where man to man, woman to woman. I am going to write and send it to the new Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
In business,
city stability and debt restructuring helped to reduce country's total debt stock to 737 billion cedis ending November last year.
These are more coming up with me, Mami Sinyamiche Thompson. And this morning, the Upper West region has recorded 6 deaths and 19 suspected cases of cerebrospinal meningitis, also known as CSM. This was confirmed by Dr. Collins Boatin Dankwa, Deputy Regional Director of Health Services in the region. Despite the high fatality rate, health authorities assure the public that the situation is under control. Rafiq Salam reports.
Cerebrospinal meningitis, CSM, or simple called meningitis, is a severe infection that inflames the meninges, the protective membrane surrounding the brain and spinal cord. It occurs in various parts of the country, but more prevalent in the northern Gulf of the country, where they experience a long dry spell between October and March. The Upper West region lies on the CSM belt. On a yearly basis, several suspected, confirmed, and cases of mortality of the disease has always been recorded. This year is no exception, as the disease already has recorded 19 suspected cases and 6 deaths. Dr. Collins Boatin Dankwa is the Deputy Upper West Regional Director of Health Services in charge of public health.
We've recorded it in 6 districts, as I have said. We have 1 case being recorded at DBI. It's a suspect being suspected at DBI. Jirapa 2 cases, Lambusie 2, Nadoli Kali 7, Mandom Municipal 5, and then Wild West 3. So these are what we have gotten now. But based on those that we have confirmed using the PCR, Nadoli Kali has been confirmed with 4, and then Mandom Municipal 3, and then Wild West 1. These have been confirmed with the PCR. And then out of this, we have 6 deaths.
Rafiq Salam with that report. Now, Speaker of Parliament Alban Babin has reaffirmed his unwavering commitment to ensuring the passage of the anti-LGBTQ bill, putting his life on the line. The proposed legislation, which expired on the 8th Parliament in 2024, had previously been passed by Parliament but failed to receive presidential assent. Addressing traditional leaders and supporters of the NDC, Mr. Babin said he was confident the bill will become law this year.
LGBT bill, it was passed by Parliament. The former president failed or refused to assent to it, which was unconstitutional. There is no law allowing a president to refuse or fail to assent to a bill passed by Parliament. Parliament is the authority on passing laws, not any other person, not president. So he was wrong. And all of you together punished him for that. I am going to write and send it to the new Attorney General and Minister for Justice for his comments for us to resend it to the new president for his assent. So it's not going to take long time. It will be passed this year. This year, we'll pass it. It is anti-God. I'm very, look, that thing, nobody should joke with me when it comes to that area. I can lose my life because of that. It's better not to live than to live in that society where man to man, woman to woman.
Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin there. Now, the Centre for Democratic Development has cautioned Ghanaians to lower their expectations ahead of the constitutional review process, noting that amending it may not resolve all issues. This follows President Mahama's recent formation of a constitutional review committee tasked with identifying gaps and challenges in the 1992 Constitution. Dr. Kojo Pumpune Asante, CDD's Director for Policy Engagement and Partnerships, highlighted that one of the key challenges the amendment process may face is ensuring public office holders prioritize the public interest.
There's a lot of issues that we are trying to pile onto the Constitution, because the question we ask ourselves is the Constitution going to solve all the even some of the issues that we've just discussed if we just wrote it into the Constitution, right? Is it an issue of constitutional design or something else? For example, you talked about statutes, you've talked about subsidiary legislation, for instance. And a lot of those issues, no matter what you say in the Constitution, you have to elaborate it somewhere.
Well, Professor Kofi Abochi, Dean of the UPAC Law School, emphasized that certain entrenched articles and clauses are non-amendable, further complicating efforts to bring about comprehensive changes.
But it's important that we remain circumspect in our expectation. I dare say that if I'm given the chance, I would recommend a constitutional change. And there's no way around it. And I think I've had conversation with Oliver in the past in this respect, because if you change everything in the Constitution from Article 1 to Article 299, that would be a constitution change.
We apologize for that poor quality of sound, but that was Professor Kofi Abochi, Dean of the UPSA Law School. Moving away, Ghana's cocoa exports reduced significantly in the last 8 years. According to the latest data from the Bank of Ghana, revenue dropped to $1.6 billion in 2024 compared to the annual average of $2.3 billion. My colleague Winston Amwa is in the studio to tell us more about this. How did Ghana's cocoa exports perform last year, Winston?
In 2024, Ghana's cocoa export revenue fell to $1.6 billion, and that's a significant drop compared to the annual average of $2.3 billion. You know, at its peak in 2021, the sector earned $2.8 billion. And this is the first time in 8 years that earnings have dipped below $2 billion.
Well, this report is from the Bank of Ghana. What else does it say?
The Bank of Ghana's data also shows that the country ended 2024 with $8.9 billion in reserves, equivalent to 4 months of import cover. This is the highest in 3 years, signaling progress in Ghana's economic recovery following IMF assistance.
Thank you, Winston. Our Minister of Agriculture, Eric Opoko, announced plans to conduct a comprehensive audit of the cocoa sector to address these challenges.
Production has declined, and this is the lowest in the last 2 decades. And so what we are trying to do is to first and foremost take the office, go through the books, and then as soon as the chief executive is appointed and the cocoa board is put in place, the Ghanaian people will be made to know exactly what we have inherited.
Now, Chairman of the Constitutional and Legal Committee of the New Patriotic Party, Frank Davis, has questioned why President John Mahama did not prioritize the constitution of the Council of State over the formation of the Operation Recover or Loot. Speaking on Newsfile Saturday, Mr. Davis noted that in order to avoid constitutional breaches in the appointment of ministers and other heads of institutions, the President should have placed premium on the formation of the Council.
There is a huge and ample space between when there's a president-elect and when he is sworn in. The process of constituting the Council of State, I don't think is so enormous that it cannot be done. Now, the office of the president-elect, whatever that nomenclature means, it found no grounding in our constitution. There's nothing like that. But on that same strength, His Excellency the President constituted an oral committee within.
Now, beyond its core duties of boundary demarcation, reaffirmation and delimitation, the Ghana Boundary Commission is also using social intervention programs such as the construction of feeder roads, the provision of potable drinking water and health facilities as a way of addressing the potential emergence of security threats in deprived border communities. The Commissioner General of the Ghana Boundary Commission is Major General Emmanuel Kutia.
Now, we hosted this conference, and one of the key things that came out of this conference is that apart from looking at the traditional demarcation, reaffirmation, and delimitation of land and maritime boundaries, we should start looking at social intervention in the prime border community. So as a result of that, we're seeking support, and we see some support to be able to intervene in the construction of schools, rehabilitation of clinics, providing water in some communities in Ghana.
And that's how we end this morning's bulletin here on Joy 99.7 FM. I am Amazing Amateur Thompson. Up next is Business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go, the go. Go me. Now what time will you come back where I no hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind self be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my go be fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my go be inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the go be too small.
The go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
Are you a female entrepreneur, young business owner, agribusiness, fintech, or agri-tech venture? This one's for you. We see your need for funding for your business, and we believe that your story matters. So in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, ABSA is offering you collateral-free loans of up to 1 million Ghana cedis at 10% interest rate per annum. We've already pumped over 1.3 billion cedis into over 6,000 businesses. Yours is next. Visit our SME project office, your nearest ABSA branch, or head to absa.com.gh. Your story matters. ABSA.
How secured are you? Let me ask you again. How secured are you? Say yes loud with confidence when you are protected by Millennium Insurance, because it gives you great reliability and comfort. Sign on any of our products today, be it motor, fire, burglary, accidents, travels, bonds, liabilities, engineering, marine and aviation insurance. Visit our offices in Accra, Northridge, Tema, Kumasi, Kofridia, Takrady, or any of our 30 agents nationwide. Call 0302-766-631 or 0504-394-997.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. Afei, dear Chatwo, esan say ye busu anu yesron kontino. Ye can say ye Pepsodent ye din wo so aka niam ne ho.
Hey, wo hu, we ko hehia wo, no he wole, wo hwe, nana no ne, wo keba.
Eyampo, odinda so. Iba me nae, ehefa na yesu ye benya ye die.
Won so betumi de udinga to President Abusia Park no so. But we busia se ho ban mo ho du. Fa we ni kire so to e ban wo na kopto wo President Abusia Park. FDA agye nkrato yatomu.
We've got what you need for your business and family. Whatever you need, you can count and call on us. Omni Basic Bank. Omni Basic Bank is we're all. We are not just another bank. Whatever you need, you can count and call on us. Omni Basic Bank. Basic Bank. Not just another bank.
Businesses know how important it is to create a productive and supportive working environment by investing in employees' health. With a leading international track record, Apex Health Insurance is licensed to provide medical insurance services to corporate organizations and SMEs. We also have international LH Blue cover and TPAs to cushion you. Multinational companies, factories, and government agencies, focus on your business while Apex Insurance takes care of your health. Visit Apex Health Insurance office at Zion House, Boundary Road, Shiashi, Kumasi, opposite Prempeh College, Sofo Line, and Takrady Market Circle. For further inquiries, call 0501 562 962 or 0501 552 495. Apex Health, your preferred health insurer.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
What are you paying for? A delicious meal at the restaurant? Do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. Buying fuel for your car? Do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. Shopping online or at the mall or your favorite supermarket? Do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. When you need to pay, do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. With a large network of merchants and payment points, the SG Ghana Visa Card is your secure and convenient way to get things done in Ghana. You can also use the SG Ghana Visa Card for secure online purchases. Make your life easy and use your SG Ghana Visa Card today. To find out more, call 0302 214 314. That's 0302 214 314. Société Générale Ghana. The future is you.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. And Total Energies, Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means we can now bring you the Joy Business Report, brought to us by Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature, and Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. James is here. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Winston.
And hope you're doing very well this morning.
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing well. God is taking care of his children. You had a great weekend.
Yeah, I did.
It's the final week in January.
January.
So I know many people who are happy that, the longest month.
We waited for almost 75 days.
Oh, really?
Yeah, exactly.
But I thought that this month actually, has ended so quickly.
Well, to some, that's not the story. To some, it's been way, almost, some even, make it 100 days. If you want to say, we've been waiting, that's almost 5 weeks within January. So that's the story for some.
Well, let's see how it goes. But of course, this morning we're having a conversation on illegal mining. It's a very important conversation we must have. Last week we talked about the Tano Nimri forest. Now, information we're gathering is that more people have gotten into the forest and they're mining illegally in the already degraded forest. The question is, where are the authorities? Where are we sleeping? Yes, it's just been some 20 days into the John Mahama administration, but Galamsey is a major issue. What steps are being taken to deal with illegal mining? And that's a conversation we must have today here on the Super Morning Show. But of course, the 7-member committee for the National Economic Dialogue has also been set up. And will tell us more about that, James. But it's a conversation we would have. Also, we'll look at the aims and objectives of the group. They have within 4 weeks to come up with a lot of targets. Stay with us here on the Super Morning Show. Now time for the Joy Business Report with James Ishan and the team.
Good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up in this bulletin this morning, CD stability and debt restructuring helped to reduce the country's total debt stock to 737 billion cedis ending November last year. Also, President John Mahama set up 7-member team chaired by renowned economist Ishmael Oyamson to plan a national economic dialogue. Also in this bulletin, Bank of Ghana likely to keep monetary policy rate at 27% as it gets ready to announce verdict on economy and other development after meeting last week. Stay tuned. My name is James Eshen. Let's settle for the details. Now, first off, President John Mahama set up a 7-member team chaired by renowned economist Dr. Ishmael Oyamson to plan a national economic dialogue. The team has been tasked to come up with a plan for organizing a high-level forum aimed at addressing current challenges facing the economy and offer solutions on the way forward. A statement issued from the presidency also noted that the committee will have 4 weeks to present their plan. Now, the CD's performance last year and the debt exchange program helped to reduce the country's total debt stock again to 737 billion cedis ending November 2024. This was contained in the latest economic and financial data released by the Bank of Ghana. There's more in the following report.
In September 2024, Ghana's total debt stock stood at 807.8 billion cedis. It then reduced to 761 billion cedis in October and dropped further to 736.9 billion cedis. The 736.9 billion cedis debt puts the country's debt to GDP ratio to 72.2%, which has also dropped significantly over the last 3 months of 2024. However, when you compared the debt stock in November 2023 to November 2024, then it went up by 137.2 billion cedis. There has not been any official communication from the Bank of Ghana, but persons with knowledge of the debt calculations believe that the cedi's performance in November and the Eurobond debt restructuring last year played a significant role in the numbers going down. The data showed that the country's external debt was pegged at $27 billion ending November 2024, while domestic debt was around 311.7 billion cedis.
And that was a business desk report. Meanwhile, if the total debt stock is supposed to be paid today, then every Ghanaian should be owing about 22,000 Ghana cedis. Now, to one of our headline story, the Bank of Ghana is likely to keep its monetary policy rate at 27%. This is based on the current data released by the central bank about the economy. Inflation rate has been going up, whilst the cedi has also been depreciating against the dollar over the past weeks. Therefore, the prudent thing to do will be to hike the rate, but maybe the central bank also want to observe things a little bit before reviewing the rate. The committee is getting ready to announce the new policy rate later today at a press conference. Meanwhile, on the cedi, the Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Ernest Addison had earlier explained to Joy Business that monetary measures alone will not be enough, as it should be complemented by some fiscal measures.
Based on the work that will be done going forward, I cannot predict, right? I cannot predict. We are yet to even have a budget for 2025. We need to see what the government policy program would look like. And if it stays within the parameters that have been set under the fund program, one can expect some reasonable stability in the currency going forward.
Dr. Ernest Addison is the governor of the Bank of Ghana. To some currency news now, the dollar is going for 16 cedis 30 pesos. That is the rate some forex bureaus are offering to their client. The British pound is going for 19 cedis 55 pesos. The euro is also going for 16 cedis 52 pesos. The commercial banks, on the other hand, are selling a dollar at 15 cedis 20 pesos. Now, let's do some other stories. And the country's earnings from total export continue to hit record levels as at the end of last year. Bank of Ghana data showed that ending December 2024, Ghana realized more than $20 billion. But are there implications of first development on the city and government finances? There is more in the following report.
More than $20 billion realized was about $4 billion more than what Ghana had in the same period for 2023. Gold brought in more than half of the total export earnings for last year. It was followed by oil exports that brought in $3.8 billion. However, the country spent $15.2 billion to finance our import from January to December 2024. This resulted in a trade balance of $4.9 billion compared to $2.6 billion in December 2023. Ghana's export earnings are rising, and that should come as good news for the country. However, some have argued that not all of these earnings are finding their way back into the economy. This is because a chunk of these exports are not owned by Ghanaians.
And that was a business desk report. Also, Ghana's international reserves has also reached an all-time high since 2021. Figures show that it has hit $8.9 billion ending December last year. That should cover Ghana's import needs for 4 months. Still on the economy, Finance Minister Dr. Atuforsen is urging staff of the Ministry of Finance to fully embrace government's plan to reset the economy. The Finance Minister said this at a staff debate during her second day in office. George Wiafe has the rest of the story.
The meeting, which happened last week, offered the Finance Minister an opportunity to share his vision with the staff at the Ministry of Finance. He made them understand that his work there will be guided by the broader vision of government, especially when it comes to resetting the economy, and therefore invited all the staff to come on board. He also rejected rumors that he'll be going out after persons that were brought in by the former administration because of fears that they wouldn't be supporting his cause. The staff meeting is coming at a time that he has met with heads of some key institutions under the Ministry of Finance, like the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Controller of the Accountant General Department. Dr. Atuforsen should this morning continue the usual management meeting with directors at the Ministry of Finance. However, key decisions that he has to take this morning will be approving Ghana's borrowing on the short-term market, especially when it comes to the treasury bills.
George, we are fit there with the report. Now, the new Chief Executive of the National Petroleum Authority, lawyer Eduji Tamaklo, is expected to formally assume office from this morning. The former legal director of the National Democratic Congress is taking over from Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid, who resigned last year. Some of the issues that he may have to deal with during this tenure will include reducing the number of taxes on petrol and the high number of oil marketing companies in the country. Next, we move straight to T-bills, as government recorded 47.5% oversubscription of treasury bills sale for the 4th consecutive time this year. Data from the Bank of Ghana showed that the government got 8.855 billion cedis. However, this came at a high cost payment. There is more in this report. The government was seeking to raise about 6 billion Ghana cedis, but accepted 8.163 billion cedis. A chunk of the funds will be used to finance maturing bills. About 4.896 billion came from the 91-day bill, representing 56.30% of total bids submitted. However, 4.479 billion cedis were accepted. The 182-day bill also witnessed bids worth 1.758 billion cedis tendered. About 1.756 billion cedis were accepted. The 364-day bill received bids more than the 182-day bill, with about 2.110 billion cedis tendered. 1.927 billion cedis were, however, accepted. Meanwhile, interest rates continue to rise on the yield curve. The yield on the 91-day bill shot up by 10 basis points to 28.51%. That of the 182-day bill also increased to 29.77% from the earlier 28.97%. The rate on the 364-day bill also increased by 23 basis points to 30.40%. And that was a business desk report. You're still listening to the Joy Business Report. Now, energy strategist Dr. Yusuf Suleimana is backing the establishment of a 7-member committee to come up with a roadmap of privatizing Electricity Company of Ghana and the Northern Electricity Distribution Company. Dr. Suleimana believes the composition of the committee have the experience to deliver on a model that will improve efficiency in power supply. He spoke to Joy News.
ECG for the past couple of periods has been experiencing huge amount of losses. A private sector, a private businessman cannot run business, and you have up to 30 to 40%. I mean, it's not sustainable. That's number one. Efficiency is key. Number two, the private sector might come with a kind of capital injection. ECG has a lot of money, but the money is leaking so much. Okay, so with the efficiency and a bit of private sector participation in terms of capital injection, I think the fortunes of ECG could be far, far better than the status quo.
Dr. Yusuf Suleimana is an energy strategist. Now, panel members at the Fed annual forecast dinner and charter recognition ceremony have underscored the critical role artificial intelligence will play in investment opportunities in 2025. The event, which was organized by CFA Society Ghana, brought together professionals in finance and investment. Emmanuel Usu is the Chief Investment Officer at EcoBank Group. He highlights some of the investment areas in 2025.
One of the things I highlighted was the data point that points to AI preparedness. And when you take the data from the IMF, AI preparedness within the context of Africa, you realize that Ghana also features on. And as we've all come to accept that we are in the foundation phase of the AI transformation, it was quite important that we look at areas that we can invest as asset allocators. And I think one of them is to look at the data centers.
Emmanuel Usu is the Chief Investment Officer at EcoBank Group. Now, let's find out how your investment on the Ghana Stock Exchange will fare this week from the data banks. Grace Monanyum.
At the close of trading last week, the bourse registered 6 price movers, of which all were gainers. The stocks were MTN Ghana, Gual PLC, Carl Bank, New Gold, Total Energies, and GCB Bank. Consequently, the Ghana Stock Exchange Composite Index increased by 3.15% weekly to a year-to-date gain of 3.45%, whereas the Data Bank Stock Index gained 3.01% weekly to a year-to-date gain of 3.18%. Weekly turnover increased by 10% to 3.8 million Ghana cedis from the exchange of 4.3 million shares across 24 counters. MTN Ghana and New Gold led trading activities last week and accounted for 94% of the market turnover. And outlook for this week, we expect the share price of MTN Ghana to gain on strong dip. For Joy Business Reports, Grace Monanyun of Data Bank Research.
And that's how your investment is faring on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Now, to some commodity news, crude oil continues to drop on the international market as it's selling this morning at $77 a barrel. Gold also lost more than $13 to open trading at $2,756 an ounce. Cocoa, however, increased by $50 and selling at $11,411 a ton. And that ends the Joy Business Report, which was actually brought to you by me, myself, James. Shen, over to you, Winston.
I know that you do the afternoon one, so you
exactly,
have ended by acknowledging your sponsors. It's normal. Anyway, thank you very much, James, for joining us, and do have a lovely day. We'll see you tomorrow. Great, still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Coming up is News Review, but first, our inspirational song for today, and it's one by Drilling Young, Child of God. General assurance, solid protection. So please, when you're driving, concentrate on driving. Your primary task is driving. Okay? So anything that distracts you, please put it away and drive safely. But before we learn how to say it right, let me say good morning to George Riafe, who is joining us for the news review. Good morning, George.
Hi, good morning, Winston, and how are you doing?
I'm fine. I hope that you're fine this morning.
The grace is sufficient for us.
Great. We thank God for life. And on Say It Right this morning, brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
So on Friday, I told you the correct pronunciation of DATA, data. That's British English. And in the United States, you can say data or data. You know how they would say it. But Kwesi Eso, your son, actually wanted to know whether there was a difference between data, that is one, information, especially facts or numbers collected to be examined and considered and used to help decision making, or information in an electronic form that can be stored and used by a computer. He wanted to find out whether the pronunciation differed for these two meanings. Well, like I indicated, it's still the same pronunciation. The British way of pronouncing it is data. Stick to that. I know in these, a lot of us would, watch a lot of movies here and there, and sometimes we seem to get confused.
Is data correct?
It's correct, but that's an American English.
But what do we speak? We speak
British English. Okay. So I mean, that's what I want us to learn, because I don't want that confusion of you don't know whether you are speaking British or American English.
And the Americans were colonized previously by the British, right? So there's no ambiguity or dispute about where we draw our inspiration from when it comes to the standard for English.
The Americans have actually had a conversation about changing their language from English to American before.
Under Donald Trump, it will happen.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Gulf of America.
It won't happen. It wouldn't happen. Anyway, that's how you say it, right? So I just did it for you, the young man. But it means we can now bring you the newspaper review. It's brought to us by Syntax Tanker. You're strong, you're tough. And Access Bank, more than banking. George, what do we have in the Business and Financial Times?
Well, if you're starting with the papers, some of the lead stories here has said. Some of the lead stories here is about the new Minister of Finance. He's actually hit the ground running, visiting some key institutions under the Ministry of Finance. And one of the lead stories here says that it's a great privilege to say that's according to Dr. Attoforson. And also the Finance Minister reaffirms commitment to quality expenditure. Ghana Health Service highlights alarming rise in risky adolescent sexual behaviors, and also crypto framework needed now. Businesses divided over the readiness of AFTA. That's according to the UK GCC.
Are we still talking about the readiness of AFTA?
Yeah, there's still some argument about how we are able to tap in as a country. So let me start with one of the lead stories. He said the Minister of Finance, Dr. Casilo Attoforson has hit the ground running, describing his return to the ministry as both an honor and an opportunity to serve the country. He's met the new Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Anthony Sapon, formerly of KPMG, and he's also hit the ground running as well. He started work last week, actually. And of course, and he's also expected to resume other duties this morning as well as the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, taking over from Julia Esiam. So if you go through the papers, you realize that he's met all these heads of institutions, the Controller of the Accountant General Department. Last week he met the staff, giving them assurance that, well, we need you guys to come on board to reset the economy. Nobody will be victimized because of the fact that the affairs that you have brought in by the other administration. So,
look, I've seen something happening.
Yeah.
I've seen party activists going and with threats of, we're going to picket, we're going to take over, government institutions that have appointed persons they believe are non-NDC members. to these to head these institutions. First of all, Ghana is for Ghanaians. If the president believes in somebody's competencies and appoints that person, period. Okay? That a person is not a known NDC member doesn't mean that person is not qualified to serve his country. It's one of the things we must appreciate. So these party guys who are all over the place fighting and doing, look.
And for me, Winston, I don't believe that. And I was having a discussion with someone, I know he's listening over the weekend, where these things are genuinely a grassroots thing. These things are things that have been engineered by certain individuals who are interested parties in some of these positions. And so this claim that, the grassroots are objecting to this thing, as you said, it's unfortunate, and it doesn't help because it brings back the same argument about, this winner takes all thing and all the rest. And at the end of the day, President John Mahama has a country to manage. And if he believes that he can tap into any other person around to help deal with the situation, I think why not?
Look, Eduji Tamaklo was cancelled for Mr. Donko, who went to court, to the Supreme Court, to actually challenge the Presidential Transition Act. That part, and he said, so in that ruling, the Supreme Court said that CEOs are not part of those who lose their positions. However, what have we seen? We've actually seen some CEOs resigning so that there will be new appointments. That is us as a country agreeing that even though someone has challenged the law, when your party loses office, you go. For those who are resigning, it's just like, okay, this is how I came into office, and so once the government is lost, I'm also.
So someone is listening to you. He says that the argument is that, and I'll mention the person's name, is that there are some of these individuals that they've identified as NPP members, and they don't want them occupying some of these positions. And this was a person I was having the serious argument with over the weekend about this whole thing about.
He sent it to me also.
Okay.
Well, I am making the point. What I saw is what I'm. But even look, I have seen people who have been and senior. Chairman, yes, I call him chairman. We have seen, agitations against people who are perceived not to be NPP. Yes, some have been accused of being not to be NDC. Some have accused of being NPP, but then others have also been accused just because they are not NDC. Whatever it is, if the president believes he can work with this person, if you do not have any questions about the person's competency, I don't have a problem with that. Okay, this whole thing. So you have won an election convincingly. The last thing you want as a political party is the conversation I'm having today. That's the last thing you want as a political party. Is the conversation we're having today.
And there are several. The Constitution has made the president so powerful. There are several appointments there that, everyone will be able to serve in other capacities, as a political party or members of the who believe that strongly that they worked hard for the party's victory and therefore they need to be rewarded. And for me, for some of the things that Arthur Forson has done by moving in quickly to engage some of these heads, to give that assurance that, listen, the president believes in you and should be there. There have been issues about even Dr. Andiabe, some party foes, even with Anthony Sarpon or so. But the Minister of Finance has moved there to meet him and give that assurance that he's the person the president wants to be there.
Exactly. That's the most important thing.
Whatever agitations out there, that wouldn't change anything.
Let's get to the daily graphic. And I want to start from the back page. I know for reasons that Sami Odami would appreciate. Kotoko jumps to the top spot with narrow win. So over the weekend, Kumase Asante Kotoko, Kumapema Pembeba, the African club of the last century, beat Karela FC, Karela United, by a 1-0 at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, which means Kotoko is now top of the Ghana Premier League.
Where's Mama B?
Meanwhile, Accra Hearts of Oak only managed a 0-0 draw with Holy Stars. No, I am saying only managed.
Yeah,
I haven't. It's not
yeah,
that's not what the writer said. But let's get to the front page of the Daily Graphic, and Dasibre Kwamwa Boateng, the third takes oath as Kwewu Paramount Chief. Q1 Graphic Business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting is tomorrow, and later on they'll be joining us here on the Super Bonus to tell us more about that. The theme for this one is on public-private partnerships and how that can be used, to transform the Ghanaian economy. So they'll join us later on and tell us more about that. But also on the front page, financial indiscipline rocks MMDAs. 10-year audit reviews 242.84 million irregularities. So according to the story, 66 MMDAs employed 366 people to collect revenue within their jurisdictions in the last 3 years and paid them 7.82 million as salaries for the period, while they collected only 3.99 million.
Anytime you hear these reports by the Auditor General, I mean, this one is not a Manasseh or a Winsanamo who has an investigation. You say that, I don't believe this is an audit report. And if you know what goes into an audit report, you get worried by some of these things. And the wastage in the system and the savings that we can do. We are here looking at, how should we improve revenue? How do we cut expenditure? The budget bill is rising and all the rest. Some of these savings, if we deal with this waste in the system, could go a long way to deal with our problems that, as it was said by Nana Akufo-Addo, the former president, it looks like the economy has the capacity to generate the required revenue to manage our needs.
But you see, George, this is it for me. I cannot in God's name understand how you pay somebody 7.8 million and yet they generated 3.99 million.
Subvented funds. They tell you what happens at the local assembly.
Look, it tells you that whoever supervised this must be made to refund monies to the state.
Yeah.
Because whoever supervised this has actually shown incompetence. You cannot, over a period, so watch this. First month, there are collections made. The collections do not meet the expenditure. So the revenue that was generated does not meet the amount expensed in acquisition of that income. First month, there's that problem. Second month, third month, you must begin to, at the end of the third month, you must have a review. What is wrong? If it doesn't change, and you continuously pay this person for 3 years, and yet there's not, look, please. These people must be made to refund the monies to the states.
Yeah. It's not good enough sometimes to just tell them to go. And Professor Bob can always say something that, the problem at the national level, for instance, bring it down to your home. If you don't have money, I don't think you go out and spend when you know that you don't have receivables or income coming in.
My brother.
To take care, just normal personal finances.
You're very right. I have been looking for, I've always been searching for feed that is affordable, but can give the pigs that I have all the nutrients. And whenever I get it, because you do think that when you're paying money, you know that you're paying, and you look at it and you say, what can I do over the period to actually make sure that I boost production, but at the same cost? And that's how we go about it. Anyway, still on the front page, President Mahama appoints Professor Michael Pesa-White to head SIGA. Chairman, I'm sure this one you can work with him. That's true. That's on a lighter note to my friend who is listening. And Africa Prosperity Dialogues open on Thursday, that's January 30th. Yes.
Let's do the new finder. Lead story: public debt declines, but domestic debt rises as well. And interesting numbers when you look at the debt stock as released by the Bank of Ghana. It is going down. I mean, for the last 3 months in last year, it has been declining. There are several reasons that have been attributed to that, as in the debt restructuring and even the city's marginal gains in November and December, and how it contributed to the numbers. But for some, if you around 737 billion Ghana cedis and in November. But for me, it's about the impact of the city's performance on all of these. It tells us that, listen, if we're able to stabilize the Ghana city, half of our problems in this country are solved.
Well, that's not in doubt, but again, the point is that the conversation about the Ghana city is like problems affecting agriculture. we can recite them. We can recite them. We know them. But so if we know them, why are we not solving them? It's only in Ghana that interest, sometimes personal interest, exceeds most of the time, personal interest exceeds national interest.
Everybody thinking about himself.
Yeah, but that's problematic.
And we know the point. This man, and you mentioned about Senchi, and I remember in an interview with Setekpa on PM Express, I asked him the same question. We know the problems facing this economy. Is it necessary to still do a national forum?
Look,
if the outcome of the forum contradicts what this government is planning to do, what are we going to do? For instance, the fund program, the IMF program, for instance, free SHS. If the outcome from this meeting is that government should stop financing free SHS, will government go out to implement that?
I have made my position known on free SHS, and I am not a man who pretends. So I say I can pay my board school fees. So as for me, if the president says, or if the dialogue says, those who can afford to pay for the awards should pay, I am not going to say because the president said he was going to pay and even pay private people. Yes, I would ask him what has changed, but my position is that. So that's a position I've long held. I wouldn't depart from that position, except that I'll just ask him why he now supports that position. But that'll be it. I will commend him, but then he must explain why. That's the most important thing. That's it. It's done. But this is the point. We've talked about import substitution for God knows how long. We've talked about how food inflation has been affecting inflation in this country for a very long time. What prevents us? What prevents us from saying, okay, George, you are a farmer. You produce, say, 1,000 acres of rice. We're going to support you to produce 100,000 acres of rice. Over a 5-year period, and that will be used to actually reduce rice importation in this country.
Winston, one quick one on the bit about the export, and if the Bank of Ghana data is right, over the past few years, we've seen that they are picking up. If you look at export earnings, for instance, I just want to make a very quick point about end year 20-point-something billion dollars. The problem is that, Winston, majority of these exports are not owned by indigents.
Exactly.
So the returns are not coming in. Whatever way you want to look at this, we may have to go the Nigerian way of building the Dangotes and all the rest. We need to work hard to ensure that indigents and Ghanaians own the major structures or the commanding heights of this economy. Because whatever that we do, and no disrespect, the multinationals, they repatriate the profits and all the rest, some of these individuals. If Ghanaians don't own a chunk of these exports, it will not find them, these funds wouldn't find their way back into this economy to support the local currency. So we are making some progress in terms of our exports to ensure that we get the required earnings to build the hard currency to support the local currency. But it appears that if Ghanaians are not owning the commanding height of this economy, it will be a challenge for us, Winston.
I have always insisted, my brother, that when it comes to ownership of an economy, the indigents must own the economy. I'm not against foreign investment. But I am all for indigents supporting. So the ownership of the Ghanaian economy should be largely Ghanaians. And so I'm always for the development of local entrepreneurs. And that's why I say, for instance, that look, if you can, if we are importing offal, that's what we normally would say, over 2 billion.
Yeah.
Why can't we just decide? Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to produce, and a lot of our exports are actually gold, oil, and these are sectors that are not owned by us. But let's get to the online news review. Let's get to the online news review. It's brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goil Good Energy. Goil, and you know that Good Energy brings you the Goil Super XP, the ideal choice for most vehicles. It's flowing at many Goil stations in the country. So just go fuel up your vehicle and enjoy the smooth ride with all the benefits. Goil Super XP is quality and gives you the correct choice when buying regular fuel. Goil Super XP is fortified with a special additive that gives longevity to your engine, makes your engine perform to the max using minimal fuel, and is suitable for most vehicles. As you journey the road, look out for Goil stations with the Goil Super XP sign and go fuel up your vehicle. Goil Super XP, Ufilia, Goil Good Energy, Goil. Yeah. But Zenith Bank says you can pay your school fees and residential fees with Zenith Bank. Is stress-free. Students of KNUST, University of Ghana, UDS, University of Education, Winneba, UMAT, Ola College of Education, Akusumbo International School, Ecole Ronsard, and many others or their guardians can visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide or use the school's designated merchant code to pay school and residential fees for students. With Zenith Bank, fee payments are fast, easy, and processed in real time. For the full list of schools, visit zenithbank.com.gh or call Zenith Direct on 0302 680 884 or 0542 000 111 for assistance. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Let's do the online news. Of course, my Joy Online, one of the lead stories says that Parliament vets Ama Kofi Boa and 3 others when it comes to the ministerial nominations today. And that's for lands and
it's a very important ministry in the fight against illegal mining.
We're getting his thoughts on all these things when he appeared before the committee. To other news as well, Mahama to open education review conference in the mid of February, that is next month, so says the education minister. And also Bawumia speaks on democracy, pathway to governance and political integrity in Nigeria today.
I am just curious. I saw the flyer of Bawumia. And how they described him, chairman of the economic management team, and all those things.
Nigerians, and when it comes to accolades.
Then you ask the question, in the build-up to election 2024, they're like, chairman of economic management team. Then there was someone to come and say, by the cabinet economic.
But who is going to chair the economic management team under this administration?
Well, the convention has been the vice president.
Okay.
And so I think that Professor Nana Jane Epokwajman should chair it if the convention is anything to go by. Yes, and also on myjoyonline.com, engaging Obera Samoa was a masterclass in foreign policy. That's Okuyeta Blakwa ahead of his vetting on Thursday. Dr. Ishmael Yamson chairs Mohammed's 7-member team for a national economic dialogue. And Trump imposes tariff sanction on Colombia after it refuses deportation flights. I'm told the president is called back to say, I'm going to do this.
People who are surprised by some of the I won't use the word surprise, but things that Trump is doing. He said it, and he's doing it.
Exactly. Let's get to the BBC News, brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us, an Old Mutual 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime.
At 8:30 GMT, Business Daily.
Today, we're looking at the squatting phenomenon in Spain, where illegally occupied homes have become a hot topic. We find out why so many people have become squatters, and we hear about the new products and services that have emerged to keep them at bay.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello, you're with Newsday on the BBC World Service with Victoria Wahunda and Rob Young.
An announcement by Hamas that they will release 3 more Israeli hostages appears to have got the Gaza ceasefire deal back on track, with tens of thousands of Palestinians now moving to return to their homes in the north of the territory.
Rebels in the Democratic Republic of Congo claim to have gained control of a key city, Goma, in the east of the country. Gunfire was heard across the city as the Rwandan-backed group had been asked by the United Nations to end the fighting.
The US President Donald Trump has been rowing with Latin American nations about immigration after Colombia refused to accept military flights returning migrants. The president threatened massive sanctions. The threat has now been rescinded, but the migration route is not going away anytime soon. All that and more, but first, the latest BBC World News.
This is Danielle Yarowiecka with the BBC News. Hello. Displaced Palestinians have begun returning to northern Gaza after Hamas agreed to hand over 3 further Israeli hostages ahead of the scheduled swap of prisoners next weekend. Long lines of people are streaming along the coast road, some in vehicles, others carrying their possessions on their backs. John Donnison is in Jerusalem.
Well over 500,000 people have been waiting in southern Gaza to be allowed to return to see what's left of their homes in the north, and they are now on the move. A lot of them just carrying whatever they can on their backs, and then the central road that runs up the middle of Gaza will allow cars to pass. Now they will have to be screened by the Israeli military to check that people aren't taking weapons, that sort of thing, but I imagine that is going to be an incredibly long wait for people today.
The UN Security Council has condemned what it called the unauthorised presence of external forces in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. At the council meeting in New York, the United States, France and Britain said Rwandan troops had supported the rapid advance of M23 rebel forces into the centre of Goma. Barbara Pletasha has this update.
In the past 24 hours, the rebel group says that it has taken control of the city. It says that it is currently at the city stadium registering weapons from surrendering Congolese soldiers who had issued an ultimatum for them to disarm by a certain time. And it says at this point it's doing that and has posted photographs to back up what it's saying. We also have a report or a notice separately from the Uruguay contingent of the UN peacekeeping force saying that indeed some Congolese soldiers have surrendered. But at the same time, the Congolese government has issued a statement denying that the M23 controls the city.
Kenya says the Congolese and Rwandan leaders have agreed to join an emergency regional summit. The US says it will not go ahead with tariffs and other sanctions against Colombia after Bogotá agreed to accept without restrictions the repatriation of citizens. Donald Trump announced the measures against Colombia on Sunday after it turned back 2 military planes carrying migrants deported from the US. Oliver Farrimond reports.
After Colombia prevented the planes from landing, President Trump took to social media to accuse President Petro of jeopardizing U.S. national security. He said he had authorized tariffs of 25% on imports from Colombia, as well as travel bans and visa sanctions on government officials. But a few hours later, the White House said Colombia's government had agreed to accept, without delay, the return of illegal migrants, including on military aircraft. Tariffs would be held in reserve, the statement said, and visa sanctions would remain in place until the first plane load of deportees had been successfully returned.
BBC News. South Korean investigators say they've found bird feathers and bloodstains in the engines of the plane that crashed while landing in December, killing 179 people on board. Our correspondent in Seoul, Jean Mackenzie, has more details on the investigators' preliminary report.
It details how the pilots, when they were coming into land at Muan Airport that day, they were discussing this flock of birds. The plane then goes around to attempt a second landing, and that is when the air traffic controllers warn these pilots about the birds, and it is just seconds later, really, that they then make this emergency mayday landing warning. So that is the point at which we know that something has gone wrong, and the plane then comes into land, it lands on its belly, it speeds along the runway, and it crashes into this localizer, this guidance system at the end.
Ceremonies are being held in Poland later today to mark the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Nazi death camp Auschwitz-Birkenau. More than 1 million people, mainly Jews, were killed there before the Soviet army seized the camp. The date has since been designated Holocaust Memorial Day to mark the more than 6 million Jews killed by the Nazis, as well as victims of more recent genocides. Among those present at Auschwitz will be a number of camp survivors. The Chinese artificial intelligence firm DeepSeek has overtaken ChatGPT to become the most popular free application on Apple's App Store in the United States. DeepSeek has surged in popularity since it was released earlier this month. Its success is causing concern that China may be challenging the United States' dominance of AI. In American football, the Kansas City Chiefs will play the Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl next month after both teams won their respective playoff finals. Kansas will have the chance to be the first team ever to win 3 Super Bowls in a row. The Eagles are hoping to add to their only NFL championship 8 years ago. BBC News.
Central University, Ghana's premier private university, invites applications for admissions for the 2024-2025 academic year. Apply now to enjoy our flexible payment terms. We also have exclusive discounts for all alumni, ICGC members, ICGC pastors and their children. Call us on 0307-020-540 or visit www.central.edu.gh for further details. Central University, raising transformational leaders through faith, integrity and excellence.
I found a partner.
Hey, Kofi, come and listen. It's the Asempa Moto promo from Imperial General. Our solid protection.
Oh, yes. For us, we will just renew our existing policy and bingo! We get our instant rewards. And now, Imperial has even made it simple for you to renew your policy. Click on the link in the renewal notification from Imperial, and your policy is done. Just sign up for a motor insurance policy with Imperial and pick up your instant rewards such as fuel coupons, airtime, gift vouchers, special souvenirs, and many more. Again, your motor insurance policy will give you an automatic 1-year life insurance. It's that simple. Just come insure your car and you are done. This promo runs till 30th April 2025. Talk to your broker, agent, or call us on 0577-667-436 for further details. You can also follow us on all our socials. T&Cs apply. Imperial General Assurance. Solid protection.
After a long flight, Safari Homes gives you the peace to unwind. A short drive from the airport, convenient for all. For nature lovers, Safari Valley Resort is a hidden gem, surrounded by lush greenery and luxury amenities. A place where you can truly escape. Now, for water adventure, Aqua Safari Resort has it all. Jet skis, canoe rides, kayaking, and a visit to the estuary. And for more excitement, Safari Eco Park is the perfect place to get closer to some amazing animals.
Visit Safari World in Ghana, together bringing you closer to nature.
What if we told you that your next adventure is just a tap away? That's right. With Republic Bank Visa Credit Card, it's your time to win a staycation at some of Ghana's luxury beach resorts, 5-course dinner, a full-day spa service, or the ultimate, an all-expense-paid trip to Dubai, the city of gold. Every tap brings you closer to winning in the Tap Win and Fly with Republic Bank promo. Whether it's Infinite, Adishi, or Classic Credit Card, just keep tapping to win. New customers are welcome. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Let it not be said anywhere. I repeat, let it not be said anywhere that the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana did not perform well. Political scientists have adjudged the 8th Parliament as one of the best hung parliaments in the world. I don't know why some people try to use seeming hang. I don't know whether they've ever read the definition of a hung parliament. About 90-something% of hung parliaments don't go for their full term of office. Ours lasted 4 successful years and delivered a smooth transition of power from a party in opposition to a party in government. That is a record that is being analyzed all over the world, and we are being praised. Unfortunately, Ghanaians are rather condemning it. They don't see the achievements we've made, and it's my duty to draw your attention to it, including the researchers. They can go to read the literature, they can go around many countries to search from their records, and they will see that the 8th Parliament performed very, very well. We should be commended instead of being condemned.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe.
From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
For over 60 years, Good Energy has served you top quality fuels. Go Oil brings you Super XP for a smooth ride. It is available in Go stations nationwide. Go Super XP is fortified with special additives which help your engine perform better and use less fuel. Go Super XP is quality fuel, the ideal choice for most vehicles. Energize your ride with Go Super XP. Who feel ya? Huh? Who be feel? Good energy. Joy
Yafini give us the vibe. Now, Inshona Chile makes you thrive.
Yes, it's time to enjoy, Charlie. Buy or renew your motor insurance and boom! Free fuel coupons and airtime for your sweat. Who don't like enjoyment?
From January to June 2025, Enterprise Insurance gives you more reasons to smile on the road. Insure today and enjoy free fuel coupons for your car and airtime for your phone.
Free fuel? Airtime too? Enterprise Insurance, always your advantage.
Insure not Chile. It's simple. Insure and enjoy. Ready to secure your peace of mind and experience the fastest claims payment? Visit any of our branches or agency outlets nationwide. Connect with your insurance broker or enjoy the convenience of buying your insurance online through the Enterprise Advantage app today. Terms and conditions apply. Enterprise, your advantage. Are you looking for instant cash for your home or plots of land in prime locations in Accra or Tema? Or you are dreaming of buying investment homes in the USA to earn passive rental income? Western World Properties brings you unparalleled opportunities. You can choose from our affordable luxury homes and premium plots of land in sought-after locations like West Legon, East Legon, Airport, Ridge, Cantonments, or our service plots at Prampram, Dodua and Tema Community 25 or investment homes in the USA. Don't wait. Invest in your future today. Call us now on 0536 502295 or visit www.westernworldproperties.com to find the perfect property that meets your budget.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of the Zenith SME Business Card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302 680-884 or 0307-086-370. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always
This one by Sina Soul right here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's some 18 minutes after 7. And very soon we're bringing you the birthday dedications as well as sports and food for thought. I guess who's looking all dressed up nicely? Tahiru Fentiu.
Wednesday.
What's the...
Wagwan.
Nothing much. What's the occasion?
Happy Monday morning. The occasion is work.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand. No. I'll report you to Uncle Ebu. I don't understand. When I dress nicely and come to work, then you ask me where am I going? What is the occasion?
Just to come and do games.
What is... Wow.
Raymond will say just to come and do games.
Wow.
Raymond says you're just reporting.
Are you saying it for yourself or you are saying it for Raymond?
For Raymond. I'm saying it for Raymond.
Where is he, by the way?
He's off today.
On a Monday?
Yes, he'll be back tomorrow, God willing.
Which
one is your problem?
Raymond Aqua.
Yes.
On a Monday morning.
You're very good friend.
He's off on a Monday morning.
Yes.
Next December will come. When the arm robbers take his rice, we'll see whether they return it or
not. No, that rice was never taken by robbers because you kept changing the narrative. I mean, every time then there's a different story. Every day you kept changing it up until you realized that, Charlie. Anyway, hope you're doing very well.
I'm well by the grace of God. I had a good weekend as well.
I think my weekend was good too. I didn't go anywhere. I was in Accra.
Yeah.
Over the past, I normally would.
You travel often on weekends.
But, yes, by this time when I was in Accra, so I got a chance to rest. I walked a little bit. I was able to achieve my 10,000 steps a day.
You're one of those people.
Yeah, I tried. So yes, it was a good weekend for me.
I went for a run on Saturday morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I went to Tema, and then it was quite eventful actually.
Okay.
It was quite eventful.
Anyway, let me just tell you about Syntex. This morning we'll be talking about the National Economic Dialogue team, the team that is put together by President John Dramani, the 7-member committee. We'll tell you more about that. We'll also be focusing.
Are you moderating?
No. The committee has not even done anything yet.
I've seen that they said the committee should deal with moderators. You can moderate one of the finance sessions.
Oh, of course.
You're a finance guy.
That is not in doubt.
Thank you. So, I'm putting you out there. If you will put yourself out there, I'm putting you out there. Wasting is available to moderate.
Okay.
The moderator there, you haven't taken size.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Ghana, let's talk about water tanks. Do you know the secret to real water storage? It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. And that's right. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is a champion of water tanks. It is strong and durable and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. That's rain or shine. Syntex tank has your back. So my people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that's stuff like a tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now, or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, strong, tough.
And it's a good thing we're talking about conferencing because all the National Economic Dialogue, Aqua Safari is available. Okay, conferencing doesn't have to be the same boring routine. The location for your next conference can both be resort centered and relaxing. Aqua Safari Resort gives you the best of both worlds and more. Let them take the stress out of the process. Just call them on 054-011-0190 and watch your conferences and events effortlessly taking care of. So the National Economic Dialogue team, I'm sure they will consider going to Aqua Safari Resort because that's part of the mandate of the committee, right?
Yes. And Aqua Safari,
find a venue.
Man, if you are there, Fentio, I love that place.
You people went without me. Just I have perpetual allegations against you people.
We can go.
Right?
We can go
again.
Yeah, we can go.
You are promising again.
No, I'm not promising. We can go doesn't mean that it is you.
Oh wow.
We, the only constant in we is I.
Is I,
Yes. Anyway, look, Imperial brings you the Asempa Motor promo from now till the 30th of April 2025. Win big with Imperial General with Asempa Motor promo. Yes, it's good news. Renew your existing policy or sign up for a motor insurance policy from Imperial General and win handsome rewards. It's instant, just secure, just ensure, beg your pardon, and pick your rewards fuel coupons, gift vouchers, special souvenirs, and more. Imperial has made your renewal process simple. Just click on the link in the renewal notification message from Imperial and follow the prompt, and bingo, your renewal is done. And here's a big deal. Imperial is also giving you a free 1-year life insurance as part of your motor insurance. So get it double from Imperial General. Call us today on 0577-667-436 or talk to your broker or any of our agents across the country for further details. You can also follow us on all our social media handles. Terms and conditions apply. Imperial General Assurance, solid protection.
All right, and listening, from the dreams of youth to the ambitions of adulthood, wherever you are on your journey, whether you're starting a career, building a family, growing a business, or planning your future, we are here for your journey. Every goal deserves the chance to flourish, and with hard work, dedication, and a strong belief in yourself, the seed of greatness is within reach. So, trust in the journey and understand that Fidelity Bank is with you every step of the way. Together, let's turn your dreams into reality. We are here for your journey. Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
And Toyota Ghana has big news to kickstart your year. We are thrilled to introduce our incredible extended warranty of 5 years or 120,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. That's 5 whole years of driving with peace of mind and saving big on repair cost. Look, choose Toyota Ghana vehicles and services for best experience with ultimate confidence for every journey. There's more. When you purchase any Toyota vehicle from our branches, you're assured of a 1 year or 20,000 kilometer free service. Yes, free. Talk about unbeatable value. You know, I still want to get a Land Cruiser Prado for this year.
Yeah.
That's my target for the year.
The Cruiser Prado.
Yes, Prado, yes.
Why not the Cruiser V8?
Step by step. Right now, my target is the Prado.
You know the budget for it?
Yes.
How much is it? I say, it's okay, waste. You don't have to say.
It even makes me sad. But we will try. It's a dream for now. And so, look, I talk about unbeatable value. Call Toyota Ghana today on 0302-429-80125. And let's get you started. Terms and conditions apply. Toyota superior quality. Toyota Ghana, the right dealership for Toyota vehicles.
All right, so from Toyota to Total. When you get that Toyota, you have to fuel it, right? And you have to fuel it with the right fuel. Have you heard about the incredible benefits of the Exilium from Total Energies? Let me tell you more about this premium fuel with this amazing 3-in-1 power. Total Energies introduces Exilium new formula, the additive enriched fuel with this powerful 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives. Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. You will drive experience the difference with Total Energies Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium, choose quality.
And Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture at affordable prices, is introduced an online store for your shopping convenience, which means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com, and they will arrange delivery to your home and office within reasonable time. They offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions have applied. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And here's another option for the National Economic Dialogue team for to host the conference. Aqua Safari Resort. Okay, like I told you, the conferencing doesn't have to be. You have to, you have to go there. But if you don't want to go to Aqua Safari Resort, I have another safari for you. This one is Safari Valley Resort. Okay, so we have plenty options. The team must choose from one of these. Wondering, or they can split it. Send some team here and then send another team there. Exactly. If we're wondering where to hold your strategy planning meetings, board sessions, or staff retreats, there's only one venue. It is the Safari Valley Resort. Think of the greens, serene environment, accessibility, meeting room capacity, flow and layout of space, room flexibility, quality of equipment, staff, and first-class catering services. Then Safari Valley Resort is your first choice. Call them on 0596 914 394. Safari Valley, bringing you closer to nature.
And are you looking for instant cash for your home or plot of land in prime locations in Accra or Tema? Or you're dreaming of buying investment homes in the USA to earn passive rental income? Then Western World Properties brings you unparalleled opportunities. You can choose from affordable luxury homes in prime locations across Ghana, West Legon, East Legon Hills, Mensa, or the United States. That's New York, Chicago, Florida, Virginia, Maryland, California, Texas, and Atlanta, Georgia, providing an opportunity to earn guaranteed annual rental income. In addition, we also buy premium plots of land in sought-after locations, including West Legon, East Legon Hills, Airport Ridge Cantonment, as well as land for service plots for real estate development. Don't wait. Invest in your future today. Call us now on 0536 502 295 or visit westernworldproperties.com to find the perfect property that meets your budget. Okay.
Winston, you know that there are a few people that always get this confused. Safari Valley and Aqua Safari.
Yeah.
Safari Valley is in the Dukrom.
Exactly.
Eastern region.
Yes.
And Aqua Safari is in Adan.
Exactly.
That's Greater Accra.
Yes.
Of Volta.
It's in Greater Accra.
Greater Accra.
Yes.
So the valley, is up the hill.
Yes.
And the Aqua is by the water.
By the water. So the valley is where you go and you get your butler and everybody, attending to you. You get in there.
That's the Eco Park.
The Eco Park. That's when you can see all the animals and everything.
Then Aqua is where you can do the jet ski.
Sharp.
I see the difference.
The Aqua, if you go to the Aqua, you must enjoy the fufu and chicken light soup. On that note, let's go for some messages, sports, and birthdays after these. We'll be right back.
If home is where the heart is, then let's go home. Shall we? Let's go where the entertainment is, where the passion is, where the laughter is, and sometimes even the tears too. Let's go where we feel safe enough to share our opinions
and send tweets,
where we do that embarrassing little dance to our favorite song. Let's go home where the love, the care, and the joy live.
There's no place like home. Connect your home to super fast internet with affordable data bundles from MTN Home. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh or your My MTN app to sign up today. MTN.
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good. Active Insurance, Mamo Official Po. Buy or renew your motor insurance in the Active Official PAP promo and walk away with instant gifts such as free fuel coupons, car dusters, and branded souvenirs. Dial *713*313# or visit any of our branches, agents, and brokers nationwide to buy or renew your motor insurance policy. Get activated and receive your instant gift. Promo ends on 30th April 2025. Terms and conditions apply. Active Insurance. Our clients, our passion.
When you hear that sound, it can only mean one thing. It's the sound of excitement, the sound of milky goodness. It's the unmistakable sound of rich, creamy deliciousness. The sound that lets you know that the original milky richness awaits. The milky richness you can find in every bite of Munchie Milk Shortcake.
With its unique blend of milky richness and carefully selected ingredients, Munchie Milk Shortcake is crafted from an original age-old recipe to delight your taste buds. If you're looking for pure satisfaction and the authentic taste of original milky richness, it's time to grab a pack of your favorite biscuit, Munchie Milk Shortcake, today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Right, so welcome back. Time now for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. And let's see whose birthday it is today, because we'll have to bring you the Sports Center shortly. And this one says, okay, what do I have here? It says, happy birthday, happy glorious birthday to Mr. Raphael Kwame Oseboafo of KPMG Chairman Raf, from your daughters Rachel Irama and your wife Cecilia Oseboafo and the entire family. Wishing you God's blessings. Happy birthday to Nadine Sododu of Shashi Calvary Baptist Compassion Project. Blessings always. May the Lord make his face shine on you as you chalk another year of life and the best of 2025 from Mrs. Sroda Akwe to you. And this one says, yesterday was your third birthday. We wish you God's blessings as for wisdom, guidance, and protection for you now and the years ahead. Happy birthday to you, Mawena Kua Nadoche. It's from your dad, Delali, your mother, Gifty, and your brother, Maulom, to you. Happy birthday to Mami Jimfua Oseboating and Kofi Kokuti Osei of Oseboating of Tema. Best wishes from Mom, Dad, Esther, and Lawrence Oseboating. And this one says, belated happy birthday to Betha Kute, CEO of Cocoland Catering Services. We're grateful for all you do. May God bless you with good health and grant you long life. With love from the Edu and Akute families. And finally, happy birthday to Vera Sherma and bless Sichope Adai of the Tax and Regulatory Department, Victoria Riafi, and Kelsey Efuamandi of the Financial Advisory Department, and Lorna Adjoa Sabiala Abiasari of the Audit Department, all of Deloitte. And it's from your country managing partner, Daniel Koju Owusu, and all staff.
And this one says, help me wish my big sister, Lieutenant Colonel Dorcas Dafa of Army Headquarters at Bemakam, a glorious happy birthday. We wish her more of God's blessings and love. That's from her children and family. And this one simply says, a very happy birthday to one Rita Boateng. And this is from a very special person here in the Joy Newsroom.
Which means we can bring you the Sports Center now, proudly brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you
go.
Standard Chartered Bank.
Here for good.
And if it's football you want, we've got it all. Yes, all of it on DSTV, all the leagues and all the cups. All the matches live in HD this season promises to be exciting. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Yes, and as the new year begins, it's essential to take the right steps towards achieving financial stability. The start of a new year is the perfect opportunity to set your financial goals and start on the right path. An input from a professional can make the difference. At Standard Chartered Wealth Management Limited Company, you have access to a wide range of investment options that offer you monthly and half-yearly interest payments through diversified investment portfolios. You can call us. The number 0233 000041 or 0200 127755, or visit us on the 4th floor of the Opebia House Airport, Accra, today, and speak with our certified investment advisors on what options suit you and your financial objectives, and also, of course, your risk appetite. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And have you heard the latest from MTN? We've not done. Listen, thank you. For those of you who loved MTN Free After One, prepare for an upgraded experience that is Free After One Extra. Now let me tell you what the extra is all about. With MTN Free After One Extra, you can talk for 1 whole hour uninterrupted while paying for only the first minute of every 10 minutes you talk, which means for every 10 minutes you talk within the hour, you only pay for the first minute, and you got to talk for 60 straight minutes with no interruptions. You like what you hear? Why not? Well, as if that's not enough, you also get 50 megabytes of data for free after your first call daily. So you see, now's the time to talk extra with all the people you love. To subscribe, To MTN free after 1 extra today, just dial star 550 hash, star 550 hash, and follow the prompts. We can now bring you
very good morning to all of you. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Fentu Tahiru Fentu. Coming up over the next 10 minutes.
Does have options ahead of him. Semenyo left, and Semenyo up against Milenkovic. Semenyo! Well, once again, Bournemouth providing a statement scoreline. 4 against Newcastle, 5 against the in-form Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, Antoine Semenyo scores his 7th league goal of the season as Bournemouth thrash Nottingham Forest. Also coming up.
Haaland. Oh, Sanchez started to come. Now he's in a strange position. Haaland spots that and makes him pay. Another moment of goalkeeping eccentricity costs Chelsea dear, and Erling Haaland is there to pounce.
Yeah, Manchester City punished Robert Sanchez's error to claim all 3 points against Chelsea. Also coming up.
It's a second for Sinner down under.
3 sets to none. 6-3, 7-6, 6-3.
It's a third major.
Yeah. Well, number 1, Yannick Sinner wins back-to-back Australian Open titles as Madison Keys stuns Arena Sabalenka to win her first. We've got all of that coming up. But first, Justice Blaze second half penalty sent Kumasi Asante Kotoko top of the Ghana Premier League table. After that goal secured them a 1-0 win over Karela United at the Barbara Sports Stadium yesterday. The win was the Porcupine Warriors' fifth in their last 6 games and takes them to the summit with 34 points. Here's their head coach.
They sat very deep in their own half, and they tried also as much as possible to always be first to the ball. So that actually made it very difficult for us to penetrate. I think it was a good game. It was a good test for us in terms of the second round, and as we move on, I think it will boost our confidence because we needed to win and we won today.
That's Ogum Prosper, the head coach of Kotoko. Bibiani Gold Stars were the team displaced at the top, and that was because they lost 1-0 to Legon Cities, courtesy of Frederick Akatuk second half strike. Elsewhere, Bechem United climbed to 5th with a 2-0 win over Nations FC, who then dropped to 4th with 32 points. In Enyinase, House of Folk, they were held to a goalless draw by Basake Holy Stars as the Phobians lost further ground in the title race. A seemingly distraught Abubakar Ouattara, the head coach of House of Folk after the game, did not show up for the post-match press conference and sent his assistant Ya Amankwa instead.
Oh no, we are not satisfied, but it's okay. Oh, it's nothing. It's just we squandered the chances. A lot of chances are coming our way, but we lost all the chances. We are hoping we're going to correct it. As time goes on, everything will be fine.
That's Amankwa, assistant head coach of Heart of Folk. Young Apostles, they also beat Insuachaman 1-0 in when Chibrekum Chelsea, they won at home against Vision by the same scoreline, while Lions, that's Accra Lions, recorded the first win in 9 games after they beat Mediama 1-0 on Saturday. Despite the win, Lions are second from bottom with 16 points, with only Karela United below them in the table. Now, let's go to the Accra International Conference Center, where the 49th SWAG Awards took place on Friday night, with Vice President Jane Nana Opoku-Achman as the special guest of honor. Joy Sports' Victor Achutamaklo has a wrap of the event.
For her exploits at the Accra 2023 African Games, Rose Yeboah took home the Sports Personality of the Year. The 23-year-old beat off strong competition from the arm wrestler Grace Minter, who, like Yeboah, won gold at the Games. In her acceptance speech, Yeboah appealed to the new government to invest in athlete preparation.
I would like to use this opportunity to urge Mr. President to help support Ghana athletes. There are a lot of talented athletes in Ghana, but there is no support. So I will encourage that Mr. President helps in utilizing resources needed to enhance the performance of these athletes, and I know the outcome will be perfect.
Coach of the Year went to Black Satellite Desmond Affair, who led Ghana to a gold medal at the Games. Abdulaziz Issa Another member of the team took home both the Male Football of the Year and Prospect of the Year honors. Bukarama Abdullahi, who scored the decisive goal in Ghana's 2-1 win over Nigeria to win gold at the Games, also won the Female Football of the Year award. Ghana's athletics relay team emerged as the National Team of the Year. A member of that team, Edwin Gadai, also took home the Athlete of the Year. Amadi Mohamed, a gold medal winner at the African Games, emerged as the Boxer of the Year. Hockey Player of the Year went to Elizabeth Opoku of GRA Ladies. Swimmer of the Year was taken by Abeku Jackson, who promised to be back for more medals in subsequent editions of the awards.
It's very good to feel wanted and feel prized in your country, and I look forward to winning more awards and even taking home Athlete of the Year.
Winifred Ntumi was another expected name that won the Weightlifter of the Year award. She won Ghana's first 3 medals at the African Games, 2 silver medals and a gold. Meanwhile, Samatex 96 emerged as the Club of the Year. In the final category of the night, Pure FM's Bright Kankamboidu emerged as the Sports Journalist of the Year.
That's Victor Achutamaklo's report. Elsewhere on the continent, the group stage draw for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations will be held tonight at the King Mohammed V National Theatre in Rabat. The 24 qualified teams will be drawn into 6 groups each, containing 4 sides, with host nation Morocco placed at the head of Group A. Remember, the Black Stars of Ghana are not going to be part of the draw because they did not qualify for the tournament. Let's head to Europe now, where Ghanaian players have once again made giant strides over the weekend, with mainly putting up standout performances for their respective teams. Here's a wrap.
Antoine Semenyo scored his 7th league goal of the season to seal an emphatic 5-0 victory for Bournemouth over informed Nottingham Forest. The 25-year-old is now just 1 goal shy of the 8 Premier League goals he scored last season. Also in England, Salis Abdul Samad made his first start for Sunderland since joining from Lens in the summer, featuring in a 2-2 draw against Plymouth in the Championship. In France, Enes Nuama scored his first league goal of the season for Lyon in a 1-1 draw against Nantes. Meanwhile, Abu Francis provided assists in back-to-back games, helping Cercle Brugge secure a 1-1 draw away to Charleroi in the Belgian Pro League. Ransford Yeboah-Konisdorfer scored a stunning goal for Hamburg in a 3-2 victory over Hertha Berlin in the German second tier, bringing his tally to 9 league goals for the season, his highest ever in a single professional campaign.
That's a Joy Sports Desk report. Now, in the Premier League, a deflected late strike from Lisandro Martinez and Man United a much-needed 1-0 victory at Fulham yesterday. With the victory, the Red Devils have now moved up to 12th on the league standings with 29 points. But there was a lot of talk about the missing Marcus Rashford. And Ruben Amorim, the Man United manager, was asked about him, and he said that he prefers to put his 63-year-old goalkeeper's trainer on the bench rather than Rashford.
It's always the same reason. So the reason is the training, the way I see what a footballer should do in training, in life, and is every day. So if things don't change, I will not change. It's the same situation for every player. If you do the maximum, if you do the right things, we can use every player. And you can see it today on the bench. We miss a little bit like pace to go, to change the game, to move some pieces. But I prefer like that. I will put Vital before I put a player that don't give the maximum every day.
That's Ruben Amorim there. Jordan Ayew, he featured for Leicester City as the Foxes ended their run of 7 consecutive league defeats with a 2-1 win over Tottenham Hotspur. Kudus was also in action for West Ham, who drew 1-0 against Aston Villa. Man City's bounced back after conceding an early goal to beat Chelsea 3-1 on Saturday. Elsewhere, the Gunners, they also got a 1-0 win away at Wolves, despite having a man sent off. They are firmly second behind Liverpool. Liverpool themselves got a thumping victory, 4-1 win in their league game. In Spain, Barcelona snapped their 4-match winless streak in La Liga with an emphatic 7-1 victory over Valencia. Kylian Mbappe also scored a hat-trick for Real Madrid to keep them at the top of the table. And before we go, some Australian Open news. Yannick Sinner underlined why he's the world's best men's player by securing back-to-back Australian Open titles with a merciless victory over Alexander Zverev, the Italian top seed, delivered in the decisive moments to win 6-3, 7-6, 6-3 against the second seed. And after the match, he chose to pay tribute to Zverev, who becomes the 7th man in the Open era to lose his first 3 Grand Slam finals.
First of all, I would like to start with Sasha. Again, a tough day for you, to you, and then not only. I mean, your whole team, your family. You have an incredible team behind you. You're an amazing player. Keep believing in yourself, because I think we all players, and not only all the coaches, whoever is involved in the sport knows how strong you are, not only as a player but also as a person. So keep it up, keep working hard, because we all believe that you can lift one of these very, very soon. So I wish you only the best.
That's Yannick Sinner there. In the women's draw, Madison Keys finally got her hands on a Grand Slam trophy after holding off defending champion Aryna Sabalenka to win the Australian Open. Keys, playing her second major final and first for more than 7 years, overcame the world number 1 6-3, 2-6, 7-5. That's all the sports this morning.
Thank you very much, Fentio, Tahiru Fentio. Let's get to Uncle Ibo with food for thought this morning, brought to us by Roverman Productions.
Be the difference.
Uncle, good morning.
Hey, how about yourself, Matthew?
Oh, Uncle Master Matthew, who is it?
Oh, I'm doing very fine. Thank you.
Uncle, good morning.
Good morning. Sinner retired my man.
Sorry?
Sinner retired by.
Oh, yes. Sinner retired your man, and they were booing him. The Australian Open crowd are so ungrateful. They were suggesting that he was faking. They even forced Novak Djokovic to come and post the results of his scan on Twitter. Why?
Why? They thought that he was
faking the injury.
So that what?
He has 10 titles in the Australian Open. No other player has won as many. Why would he? And he's a record Grand Slam winner. Like, why would he fake an injury and leave? It was so unfortunate.
I knew his retirement would come, but I didn't expect it to come this way.
Yeah.
And under these circumstances. So
yeah.
But anyway, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Ivo. Thank you.
How are you, sir?
Uncle,
what have you been up to?
Well, nothing much. We've been working, looking forward to the end of January. It's very close now. Very, very close.
All right. Winston, today happens to be the birthday of one of my daughters.
Wow.
Na Magdalene Na White.
Oh, okay.
Today
yes.
is her birthday. She works with JRA.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, and may this be a great year for you. You have to come and sing one of those old songs to me. My daughter, even though she's a Gen Z, loves to sing old songs.
Hey, I'm thinking of reincarnation.
No, it's from her grandfather.
Oh, okay.
She was the favorite of her grandfather, and
Wow.
and she has acquired his taste for songs. Oh, by the way, we have an audition coming on. To get in, you are supposed to record yourself singing any song of your choice. 1.5 minutes of it, 90 seconds of it, and send it to us at auditions_25@rovermanproductions.com. And then we would let you know when you are scheduled for to appear at the interview in person. And then for this year's Valday, Winston, I want you to surprise your wife with something.
Okay.
We're putting up the Friday and the Saturday, so that we are doing 2 shows for Valentine. We are doing Bananas and Granules on the Friday and Naked in Bed on the Saturday.
Wow.
So get yourself surprise the love of your life, and I'm telling you, for the whole year, you will not forget the experience we are going to give you. It's not just a show; it's a whole experience we are putting together for you. Listen, every now and then I have a dream from which I awake very disturbed. The most recent one happened just last week. And if you don't mind, I would like to share the dream with you.
Please do.
And tell you what disturbed me about it. Ready?
Sure, I am.
Great. Yeah, let's go. In my dream, I was in a neighborhood with houses of different sizes. Some houses were very well maintained with beautiful lawns and trees, and others looked neglected and run down. It was obvious that in this neighborhood, extreme wealth and extreme poverty lived side by side. Each house had a name and a number. Some of the houses had very high walls, and so I could not see into them from the street, but I could hear the sounds from those houses. But even though they had high walls, they had security cameras watching everything happening in every house in the neighborhood. One particular house among those with high walls had a huge gate that was heavily guarded. Well-armed young men would run out of that house every now and then and go into any house they wanted and take out whatever they wanted and return home with it to great cheers. I was fascinated by this house, and so I lingered a little at the gate. Then I heard a voice say, "Keep moving." The voice was warm, and it was not an order. I turned and realized that I was not alone. Something about this person who I discovered was with me startled me. This person looked like my double. He looked exactly like me. "Hi," I said in alarm. "Who are you?" He said, "Never mind who I am. Listen, it is dangerous to loiter in front of this gate. Keep moving. You'll find what you are looking for down the road." "I am looking for something?" I asked. I did not know I was looking for anything. I thought I was only taking a walk. So I turned to him. "Tell me, what am I supposed to be looking for?" He smiled and said, "You love to ask questions, don't you? Now, listen, you don't have time to be asking questions now. You are here to watch, observe, and absorb as much as you can. So let's keep moving." As we resumed walking, I said, "I really would want to know who you are." He said, "Did you notice the house we just walked past?" I looked back. I realized that in my preoccupation to ask him questions, I had not really paid attention to what was going on around us. I said, "I think I missed it. Shall we go back?" He said, "It is not necessary. There are many more houses like that one. So let's keep moving." Now I paid attention to everything that was going on around me. Almost every house was busy. Some had people relaxing in the compound, whilst others worked themselves to death. Some houses had happy sounds coming from them, and others had angry sounds. There were violence and abuse in some, and love and harmony in others. And then I saw it. Without being told, I knew that this was it. This was the house I was looking for. I did not know I was looking for it until I saw it. But once I saw it, even in the distance, I knew without any doubt that this was the house I was coming to. The guy with me said, "You are right. This is your home." "My home?" I asked. I did not know that I had a home here. "You mean I live here in this neighborhood?" He simply ignored my questions. I turned my attention to the house that was supposed to be my home. It was not a big house, but it was not the smallest in the neighborhood either. Even from a distance, I noticed that there was a lot of activity in the house. People would rush in looking poor and with empty hands and re-emerge almost immediately, richly clad and with their hands full. It seemed like everybody in the neighborhood knew that there were riches in that house simply for the taking. The house virtually had no walls, and the traffic in and out of the house was heavy. Then I saw others looking like me coming out of the house in tatters and looking starved. I had not seen them entering the house like the others who come out looking so good. The guy with me said, "The reason why you didn't see them entering is because they live in the house. They are the children of the house." I said, "Children of the house?" Look, people walk off the street in rags and re-emerge in no time in riches. How come the children of the house are poorly clothed and are looking so starved? My companion said, look again. Not all of them are that poorly clothed and emaciated. He was right. There were others from the house who looked rich and well-fed, but they were very few. I saw that those few who looked well-fed and well-clothed were simply bringing things out of the house and handing them to people in other houses and asking for peanuts in return. They were virtually robbing their house, their own home, for others, and begging those they were robbing for food and clothing, worth a fraction of what they were gifting them. But that is not even what puzzled me the most about the house. I realized that the children from the house into which people walked off the street and left loaded with good things, the children from that house will come out and go from house to house begging. I turned to my companion and said, I don't understand. What is going on? How can you live in a house that feeds and makes others rich and you go out begging for everything? He simply said, but this time there was deep sorrow in his voice. You are about to find out. You belong to that house, and I need you to explain what is going on to me. I said, how can I explain anything to you when I don't understand what is going on? Are you sure you don't? He asked. Come on, let's enter. Lead the way. After all, it is your home. I went ahead of him into the house, but what I found in that house, the house that was supposed to be my home, left me horrified and disturbed. Well, what did I find out? I'll tell you. But look, my time is out. Let's continue on Thursday, shall we? Until then, stay blessed. Winston, I don't like the smile on your face.
Well, I knew this will come, so we'll wait for Thursday. Thank you very, very much, Uncle Ibo White, for joining us with Food for Thought. And
you're welcome. Have a fantastic week.
You too. Then enjoy your week. That's Uncle Ibo White with Food for Thought here on the Super Morning Show. Time now for fuel station tips, brought to us by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, shaping policy and advancing industry standards. Now, the tip for today is: do not overfill. Do not overfill your fuel tank or container. Overfilling can cause spills and increase the risk of fire and environmental contamination. Do not overfill. Do not overfill your fuel tank or container, because overfilling can cause spills and increase the risk of fire and environmental contamination. That's our tip for today, which means we can now bring the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Engineering Services, the Generator Experts, and Pinnacle Life Insurance. More for your smile.
Good morning and welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Anointed Electric House, the Generator Expert, and built-free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy. President John Mahama set up a 7-member team chaired by renowned economist Dr. Ishmael Yamson to plan a national economic dialogue. The team has been tasked to come up with a plan for organizing a high-level forum aimed at addressing current challenges facing the economy and offer solutions on the way forward. The Bank of Ghana is likely to keep its monetary policy rate at 27%. This is based on the current data released by the central bank about the economy. Inflation rate has been going up, whilst the cedi has also been depreciating against the dollar over the past weeks. Cedi's performance last year and the debt exchange program helped to reduce the country's total debt stock again to 737 billion cedis ending November 2024. And that's all for the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Anointed Electric House, the Generator Expert.
Right, so welcome back, and that was the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Engineering Services, the Generator Experts, and Pinnacle Life Insurance. So Anointed Engineering Services Limited is into the sale of ultra-silent, fuel-efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3,000 kVA at competitive prices. For every generator you acquire, you'll enjoy a 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets, and their services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, sale of tire lights and rental. Look at their latest branches in Bibiani, Petroji, opposite the Bethel School Junction on the main Bibiani-Kumasi Highway, Techiman XL filling station on the main Techiman-Kumasi Highway, and locate their head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 18 branches nationwide and are into skills training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals, and controls and solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. Call them on 0243 480334 or 0243 690295. So what makes you smile? Is it, the time spent with loved ones, pursuing your passions, or simply enjoying life's little moments? At Pinnacle Life Insurance, we believe that life insurance should do more than just protect your family's financial future. It should also help you live your best life. Our policies offer comprehensive coverage, living benefits, and rewards to help you make the most of today, because we think of wealth differently. At Pinnacle Life Insurance, we provide solutions that give you more for your smile. More time, more freedom, more joy. For more information on our policies, call us on 0501 451 400 or visit pinnaclelifeinsurance.com.gh. Pinnacle Life Insurance, more for your smile. And let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Social media messages brought to us by Provident Insurance. With Provident, man, you're covered. And EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. And don't be scammed, because fraud activities are on the increase as scammers continue to target customers of various banks through phone calls, text messages, and emails to get customers to divulge sensitive information such as password, PIN, card information, CVV, OTP, and other personal details. Their ultimate goal is to steal your money. Now, always remember that your bank account details can only be updated at an EcoBank branch. EcoBank mobile app can only be upgraded at the App Store or Play Store. Linking your Ghana card to your EcoBank account is at any EcoBank branch or at the ecobank.com. Do not share your password, PIN, OTP, and card information or any other personal information with anyone, whether remotely or face-to-face. Never give the 16 digits or any number on your bank card to anyone. Avoid any calls or messages that request you to click a link. Report any suspicious SMS, email, or phone call to the EcoBank Contact Center and delete such messages at once. When in doubt or feel insecure, call EcoBank on 0800 003 and that's on toll free. So this new year, let your journey be worry-free. Renew or buy a brand new motor insurance policy with Provident Insurance from now till the end of March 2025 and enjoy exciting rewards including fuel, coupons, and exclusive Provident souvenirs. Need assistance? Chat with Obaya, our friendly WhatsApp assistant on 0242 426 396. She will sort you out, Bebia, anywhere, anytime, or visit any of our 15 branches nationwide. Provident Insurance, your reliable partner for 43 years, keeping you covered every mile of the way. Don't miss out on this special offer. Chat Obaya now or visit any of our branches, agents, and brokers today. T's and C's apply. With Provident, man, you're covered. All right, so stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages here on the Super Morning Show.
EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it, then use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my rhyming chain. In my rhyming chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even chest tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple.
Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. King promise.
This new year, let your journey be worry-free. Renew or buy a brand new motor insurance policy with Provident Insurance from January to March 2025 and enjoy exciting rewards such as fuel coupons and exclusive Provident souvenirs. Need assistance? Chat with Obaya, our friendly WhatsApp assistant on 024-242-6396. She will sort you out babia anywhere, anytime, or visit any of our branches, agents, or brokers today. Provident Insurance, your reliable partner for 43 years, keeping you covered every mile of the way. Don't miss out on this special offer. Terms and conditions apply. With Provident, man, you're covered.
Provident, man, you're covered.
Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resorts. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castnet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, while you pet and feed them. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
And welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM and on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel, connecting Energy's latest film, your partner for life, and Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, Republic Bank, we're the one for you. Our focus is on two things. First of all, on illegal mining. Yes, because, look, people are still destroying our water bodies and our environment. And this morning we'll be sharing with you the story of Tano Nimri Forest Reserve. Now, that had already been degraded, but people have gone in there further degrading this forest. You may not care, you may care, but the reality is that if we do not do anything in future, we would look...
Exciting times indeed. No need to stress about always using your laptops or desktops to get news on your favorite news portal, myjoyonline.com.
Natural Resources gets ready to face the vetting committee. We say actions must be taken. There's no vacuum in the country, and leadership must act and act now. Stay with us here on this morning show. We're going to be talking more about that. Of course, Erastus will be joining us with an update. But also coming up this morning here on the Super Morning Show, and President John Dramani Mahama is appointed a 7-member committee to plan the National Economic Dialogue. And the statement says, in fulfillment of his promise to convene a national dialogue as part of his 120-day social contract with Ghanaians, President John Dramani Mahama set up a 7-member National Economic Dialogue Planning Committee chaired by Dr. Ishmael Yamson. The other members are Dr. K.Y. Amuako, Professor John Gachi, Mohamed Samara, Nelly Miriku, Anthony Sapong, and Ernest de Graaf Ejir. Now, the National Economic Dialogue will offer a platform for dialogue and consultation on the country's pressing development challenges. It will also discuss policy trade-offs and build consensus on reforms needed to transform Ghana into a high-growth, inclusive, and resilient economy. Now, the government envisions the National Economic Dialogue to achieve the following objectives: communicate the true state of Ghana's economy to stakeholders and the people of Ghana, develop a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the national budget, and highlight key structural reforms and policy priorities essential for resetting the economy. And the National Economic Dialogue Planning Committee has 4 weeks to submit a report outlining the following: agenda setting, develop a comprehensive agenda aligned with objectives of the NED, speaker and panelists coordination, identify and invite experts in economics, energy, and agriculture to participate as speakers and panelists, logistics, management, venue selection, transportation, and other logistical needs, and session facilitation, organize and facilitate panel discussion, workshops, breakout sessions, identify and invite moderators and rapporteurs. This one we're going to be focusing on the objectives, as well as the members of the committee. What do they bring on board? Are these the right objectives? Let's switch to Telecel Fixed Broadband today and experience incredible bonuses Non-expiry bundles, data transfers across devices, and lots more. New customers get 50% bonus data in addition to other mind-blowing offers. And existing customers receive 300% bonus data on every broadband renewal. To keep browsing, to subscribe to Telecel Fixed Broadband for these amazing offers, dial star 900 hash or use the Telecel Play app or visit a Telecel retail outlet or telecel.com.gh and get connected today. Terms and conditions apply. Telecel, connecting energies. But have you heard Republic Bank is giving this season, and they're giving big? Pay with your Visa credit card and stand a chance to win an all-expense-paid trip to Dubai or a luxury staycation at some of Ghana's finest beach resorts, including Maha Beach Resort, Breezes Beach, or Camp Chache. You could also win a 5-course dinner for 2 at the exquisite Brasa restaurant, a full-day spa service for 2, and other exciting rewards in a Republic Bank Tap Win and Fly to Dubai promo. All you need is to use any of your Republic Bank Visa credit card, Infinite, Addition, or Classic card. Every tap counts. So what are you waiting for? It's time to fly to Dubai with a Republic Bank Visa card. Start tapping and make this season unforgettable. This promo is under the Caritas Lottery platform. Republic Bank, we're the one for you. Now, do you want a British degree at a fraction of the cost? Do you want a vibrant student experience in a community that equips you with useful employability skills, taking you one step closer to the career of your dreams? Enjoy all these and more, plus up to 50% scholarship for your degree at Lancaster University, Ghana. Be taught by the finest faculty trained to UK standards at our campus. For more information, visit lancaster.edu.gh. You can also email admissions@lancaster.edu.gh or call 0209607008. Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa. When we return after these messages, our friends from Graphic Business and Stanbic Bank will be joining us here on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Auntie T, abeg, fix me gobetete Ghana. No garri, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, brah, that be dangerous combination, no?
Problem no day. I fit handle am.
For Telecel, we the Bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you the want them. That star 530 hash, then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Are you hoping to start university this January? If you want a British degree from a world-class university at a fraction of the cost, then join Lancaster University Ghana in Accra. With a diverse student community, vibrant campus life, and up to 50% scholarship to support your study, Lancaster University Ghana provides you with a world-class education that creates endless possibilities globally. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Apply to join Lancaster University Ghana, where learners become leaders. Admissions are currently open for our January 2025 intake. Apply now for our foundation program. For more information, contact us at +233 030 221 8989 or send an email to admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa.
Festive season is here. You know what that means. Groceries, bills, and so many unplanned expenses. But don't panic. There's a cool new feature on Haptel you have to know about. It's called Pay Small Small. Yes, like the name says, Pay Small Small. It's Ghana's first widely and instantly available buy now, Pay Small Small service. With Pay Small Small, you can buy food, groceries, airtime, and pay all your bills without paying the full amount upfront. So this festive season, you're sorted. Pay a small fraction of what you're buying now and spread the rest into 3 weekly payments. All you need is your Ghana card to activate it and you're set. It's the perfect solution to keep your pockets in check this festive season and beyond. So don't wait. Go to your Haptel app now and choose Pay Small Small as your payment option. Haptel is everything you.
Do you want to remain productive and competitive in your business? Then I am happy to remind you that Anointed Engineering Services Limited is still here to serve. We provide homes, offices, and institutions with ultra-silent, reliable, and fuel-efficient diesel generating sets. With sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at unbeatable prices, you also enjoy a 5-year warranty. Anointed Engineering is noted for unwavering 24-hour after-sale emergency service, rental and sale of tire lights and genuine spare parts, undertake repair and maintenance of all diesel generators, and buy back used generators. Sign up today at our training school and gain hands-on experience from our team of professionals on generators, plants, auto mechanics, electricals, controls, and solar installations. Anointed Engineering has 18 branches nationwide. Locate our head office in Accra at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. Call our hotlines on 0302 324723 or 0243 690295. Also on 0243 480334. Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
What makes you smile? Is a time with loved ones, pursuing your passions, or simply enjoying life's little moments? At Pinnacle Life Insurance, we believe that life insurance should do more than just protect your family's financial future. It should also help you live your best life now. Our policies offer comprehensive coverage, living benefits, and rewards to help you make the most of today, because we think of wealth differently. At Pinnacle Life Insurance, we provide solutions that give you more for your smile, more time, more freedom, more joy. For more information on our policies, call us on 0501 451 400 or visit www.pinnaclelife.com.gh. Pinnacle Life Insurance, more for your smile.
We have recorded tremendous success in ensuring that the vision of our founding fathers does indeed become a reality.
We welcome you to the next Africa Prosperity Dialogues and the Africa Prosperity Champions Awards, which take place in Accra, Ghana from the 30th of January to the 1st of February 2025.
I will work to foster the partnerships that transcends our borders, and I'll work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect.
We see our role in enabling Africans to have a better future.
We indeed have what it takes. There is no dream which is too big or impossible.
On occasions like these, we give ourselves an excellent opportunity to showcase the difference we can make.
To register, visit africaprosperitynetwork.com. Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025, delivering Africa's single markets through infrastructure. Invest, connect, integrate.
DJ Obeti making sure that our Monday is exciting. I like the last song, but I like the praise by Famia. So DJ Obeti, that one is a good one. But to all the female entrepreneurs, agribusiness owners, and young entrepreneurs out there, we see you. We understand the challenges you face. Your story matters, and we're here to support you every step of the way in partnership with MasterCard Foundation. ABSA is offering SME loans at an unbelievable 10% interest rate per annum. Imagine having access to up to 1 million completely collateral free. This isn't just stock. We've already disbursed over 600 million, supporting some 1,600 businesses within the past year. And we're especially proud that 67.3% of our beneficiaries are women-owned enterprises. Your success is our success. If you're ready to write the next chapter of your success story, visit our SME project office nearest ABSA branch or our website absa.com.gh. Your story matters, ABSA. But look, car owner Bakope, are you looking for proper motor insurance? Men's like a cry. Hollard, your favorite insurer, day for you. Just purchase a Hollard Motor Insurance to enjoy amazing benefits like free fuel vouchers, roadside assistance for breakdowns, plus more exclusive gifts when you renew your policy. Find Hollard Insurance nationwide through your broker, Hollard to you office, Shell fuel stations, and Melcom stores, or buy on WhatsApp with Araba Hollard on 0242 426 412. Whether comprehensive, executive motor, or third party, Hollard has a policy for you. So, men's like a cry, grab the Hollard Motor Insurance promo. We've got you covered with quick claims processing and sharp customer service. Call toll free on 0800 444 999 0800 444 999. But from the 30th of January to the 1st of February 2025, Africa's most influential business and political leaders will gather in Accra, Ghana, for the Africa Prosperity Dialogues Project Africa exhibition under the theme Delivering Africa's Single Market Through Infrastructure, Invest, Connect, and Integrate. This high-level summit will bring together heads of states and heads of government, business leaders and executives, social change makers and policymakers to shape the future of Africa's infrastructure and trade. The Africa Prosperity Champions Awards and Presidential Gala dinner will take place on the 1st of February at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel in Accra. This exclusive event will honor political estates, bureaucratic estates, private sector, CSOs, and personalities who have contributed to Africa's prosperity. To register, contact 0536 098325 or send an email to protocol@africaprosperity.network or visit africaprosperitynetwork.com. Stay with us when we return after these messages. We'll begin our conversation on the National Economic Dialogue Committee and the objectives they've set, as well as issues concerning illegal mining.
Happy Monday. Welcome to Vital Signs by Sonotech Medical Center. I'm Dr. Grace Bachman. Today, let's look at the treatment options and support for cervical cancer. Receiving a cervical cancer diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but here's the truth. There is hope. Treatment depends on the stage of the cancer, but options are more advanced and effective than ever. Early-stage cervical cancer is often treated with surgery to remove the cancerous cells. More advanced stages may require additional radiation therapy, chemotherapy, or a combination of both to target and destroy the cancer cells. But treatment goes beyond medicine. Emotional and psychological support are just as important. That's why support groups, counseling, and loved ones play a powerful role in healing. Reach out to Sonotech on 0308 040036 or find us in the West Hills Mall, Oxford Street Mall, and Tamakomti 9. It's bye for now.
What do you mean, sir? Free on a Metropolitan Life Insurance at Daramo. Now, me too, I am insured. Say accident, yeah, real bombing, and also my family and I will be covered. And do you know I pay only 5 cedis 80 pesos a month? So allow me to sing. Now, with Metiasi from Metropolitan Life Insurance Ghana Limited, you can have peace of mind knowing that you and your family are covered. Dial *170# now. Metropolitan Life Insurance Ghana Limited. Together we can.
Education is the most powerful weapon to change the world. At Heritage Christian University, you're assured of quality education. We offer programs like Bachelor of Business Administration, Community Development and Theology, Theology and Ministry, Psychology, Nursing, Information Technology, Information Security, and Business Information Technology. Professional programs like ICA, CIMG, CIHRM, ABE. We also offer short courses on media and IT. What makes Heritage stand out is our experienced and scholar practitioner faculty, entrepreneurial training with financial support, ultra-modern facilities, and hostels. Qualifications for entry is WASI or SSC or GBCE, HND or Diploma Top-Up. Mature 25 years and above. Heritage is located at Amasaman behind the Olympic Stadium. Contact us on 054-777-7731 or 020-229-8399 or www.hcuc.edu.gh. Heritage Christian University, educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders.
Hosted once every 5 years, the prestigious Millennium Excellence Awards welcomes our august and distinguished guests to the Menchia Palace, Kumasi, for a 3-day exclusive prize ceremony in May 2025. Invited guests will include executives of government, royalty, the diplomatic corps, academics, and CEOs of industry, all under the auspices of our revered King, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II as Santehene, the life patron. The Millennium Excellence Awards 2025 will unveil the best and honored laureates of our time from Ghana and around the African continent. To vote for your nominee, visit mefvotes.wigal.com.gh. This is an invitation-only event. Be part of history. The Millennium Excellence Awards 2025. A royal ceremony coming soon.
Do you want to study abroad? I present to you Astolinks International. They give professional advice on study visas to the USA, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, and other European nations. They also advise on visa applications, general travel, and other immigration services. Call them on 0537 152 118 or visit them at 4A Pawpaw Street in East Legon. For more information, check out astolinks.net. Astolinks, pathway for success.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
You gotta know what you want.
If you're on Access, step up to Family and we'll up your shows to Compact. If you're on Family, step up to Compact and we'll up your shows to Compact Plus. And if you're on Compact, step up to Compact Plus and we'll up your shows to Premium. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Think about the future children. Mankind wicked and wild. The strong generation now. Anywhere. Cyanide and mercury in the water. They let this poison in the water. The farmlands are chemicalized and I don't know what to do. Yeah, and this is because of illegal mining and cocoa production declining, deforestation and rising of violent crime every day. Well, many men shall die because of the greedy of another man, yeah. Worldwide, many men shall die because of the greedy of another man, yeah. Nations, many men shall die because of the greedy of another man.
When we link everything to political mantra and then people try to hide under these things to perpetuate mayhem and possibly cause loss of death as has happened in this particular situation, I don't think we should gloss over it and say it is politics as usual. I will condemn it if it's my party and I'll condemn it if it's otherwise, it's vice versa. You see, when you promise people that when you take over government you are going to legalize and give them the opportunity to work in the mines. What and how do you mean? Is that you goad them on that they should vote for you? And you see, and then your government wins power and they are not seeing the jobs. What do you expect them to do? This is the situation you put them in.
These things happen as a result of, how our politics has been structured. Over the years, it's become a matter of your party is in power and it's your time to benefit. And it's not just at the grassroots. It goes all the way from the community level, district level, regional level to national level. And we were talking about even ministerial appointments and how, people at certain party offices ablaze because they are claiming the persons they support or their MPs have not been appointed and so on. So it's this whole sense of entitlement and the fact that during the campaign, we also, or the politicians or political leaders, end up also giving some assurances, sometimes very unrealistic from the legal and practical side of things. But because of, the crave for voting, certain promises are made. I think this has happened. As Otufo said, we are not in the banana republic. We are a country governed by laws, or at least a country that must be governed by laws, because sometimes, depending on who is at fault, the law may be working quite differently. But that leads me to this whole point about resetting Ghana that the president talks about. I honestly think that resetting Ghana really is not about just saying that we've reduced the number of ministers, we are urging ministers to be respectful, declare your assets, and all of that. I think to a large extent, it's about reorienting people in terms of mindset, in terms of values, and secondly, making sure that the laws work in a way that is fair, that is just, that is equitable, and therefore, it doesn't matter that it is an NDC president who is in power. If you're an NPP member and you do something that is against the law must work. That's the only way we are going to be able to reset the country, if indeed we will be able to reset the country.
The problem of Obuasi didn't start today, as one of your commenters mentioned. There's an interesting and fascinating article, actually, by one Godfred Apia Oko, which is on grievance and conflicts in Obuasi, on Ghana's gold mining industry, the case of Obuasi. The catalogs from 1990 till now, the number of clashes that have happened between the mines and individuals and with the military involved and people dying. There's a bigger question around community participation rights within the governance of our natural resources that we can't at every time isolate these incidents when they happen and say, okay, the individuals armed themselves and went there and then some died, some people were shot, then we have misinformation on that. There's an original sin that we need to address regarding the community's feelings that they ought to have certain participation rights and resources that are mined in their backyard, and how we balance that as a democracy. The constitutional framework we have that vests everything in the state, and then we issue licenses in Accra without great consideration of the people there, and in terms of the administration of the resources, there's no clear pathway to how the communities are benefited. In fact, a lot of the times what we hear is that these companies must perform CSR. We cannot leave it to the private discretion of companies how we set people's entitlement rights or community rights within a natural resources governance system.
Well, I think that everybody, where you are within the jurisdiction or outside the jurisdiction, if you have a platform to educate people, you have a duty to behave responsibly. That duty will manifest in the respect of others, the respect for the views of other people, and the fact that you are communicating to change perception, to change attitude. And so if you fail in that, then you are failing in your journalistic training. All of us have a responsibility to act reasonably and responsibly. And so, yes, any journalist who calls on people, and I say that you need to read Hotel Rwanda, understand how it started, to understand how a callous utterance from a journalist can burn a country.
We need to see what this presenter is doing within its context. He is only a puppet play. Those who are holding the strings controlling also need to be brought to order. As far as the national media commission is concerned, this was the highlight for the content standards electronic committee. And we strongly believe that all of us need to raise. I heard you raise the question of jurisdiction, and I knew that you were seeking to educate the public. Let all those who sit outside and send in wrongful content understand that you do not avoid liability by standing at Aflao and throwing bomb into Togo and claiming that there are no jurisdictional matters in there. It is the same thing that applies to media content. Where you sit to do the act may not matter. The society that you impact may well be where you be held liable. I think we need to deal with three things and help them to understand that they will not avoid liability for long. The enforcement current challenges are completely different from the questions of liability, and they need to learn them.
Mankind wicked and wise, destroying generational. Anyway, cyanide and mercury in the water. They let this poisoning the water. The farmlands are chemicalized and I don't know what to do. And this is because of illegal mining and cocoa production declining, deforestation and rising of violent crime every day. Well, many men shall die because of the greedy of another man, yeah. Worldwide, many men shall die because of the greedy of another man, yeah. Nations, many men shall die because of the greedy of another man, yeah. The nation, many men shall die because of the greedy of another man.
Well, the song says it all. Many shall die because of the greed of some. That has become a reality today because of our inability to fight what threatens our very existence: illegal mining and the pollution of our environment. So last week we had a conversation about it, and just over the weekend Erastus Asaredonko shared with us again how our forest reserves are being destroyed. This morning, Erastus Asaredonko has joined us on the Super Morning Show. We also have Franklin Kujo, who is president of Imani Africa, both joining us on phone. We'll be joined shortly also by Professor Godfred Bokbing. Erastus, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
And Franklin Kujo, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Erastus.
Good morning.
Great. So, Erastus, I mean, we started this conversation last week, but over the weekend you've still been monitoring, as you always do, and you still have found mining in the Tano Nimri forest. This time around, 3 groups, Erastus. Tell us more about that.
So we always keep a keen eye on the ground. We have people who are monitoring the various reserves and other areas for us and the water bodies. They give us periodic updates with pictures. And so with Tano Nimri, if you remember, the backstory is that elements in the previous administration, the MPP government, invaded that part of the forest.
Sure.
In fact, in the Awin municipality, an MPP executive sent Chinese miners there illegally, and they destroyed a large part of it. Now, when power changed hands, we realized that there are groups who are, and let me mention here, NDC groups, who claim their party has come to power, and so they are also taking over and they are mining. We've also heard of certain elements who are reaching out to the Galamsey kingpins who were working and fronting for the previous administration, that they were going to work with them. Now, subsequently, we've seen them pitch camp in the forest and have done a lot of damage to the forest already, and they are still doing it. In fact, when I investigated, I found out that every person I spoke with was mentioning the name of the MP for our win. And so I reached out to him and asked him about it. But he has denied involvement. He rather admits that, yes, he has advocated that if they are giving people the chance to mine, then they should also give these boys, who he describes as party boys, to us a chance to also mine. And I've been asking him whether that does not amount to endorsing an illegality, because these groups do not have any licenses and cannot follow the roadmap as enshrined in our laws concerning how to mine in a forest reserve. In fact, since then, one group led by one Karim, a known NDC activist, has pitched camp in one section of the forest. There is another one called Baron, who has also pitched camp in another side of the forest. There is one they call Mahama Bodyguard, who is also equally, his real name is Eugene, also pitching camp with his groups. to the extent that they've been fighting with guns, and 2 people have already died from their own lot, and the destruction still goes on. To me, that is what is worrying, especially coming out of a regime that paid no heed to the destruction that has gone on in our forest.
Now, you say that anybody you spoke to, all the persons you spoke to, pointed fingers at the Member of Parliament. What specifically did the Member of Parliament for this area? And if you're talking about the Awin constituency, it means you're talking about the Honorable Oscar Ofori-Labi, right?
Yes.
What did he say to you when you spoke to him?
Well, so specifically, he told me that he is not involved in any way. And I asked him the questions. First, I wanted to find out whether he has no interest at all in mining in the area. He said no. And whether he has not spoken with even the concessionaire on granting him a part of the area to mine. That information I got from the ground. He said no. He has never called that concessionaire. There are key people within the party I spoke with who were all confirming that those boys are his boys. So when
you say key people within the party, which party, Rastas?
I'm referring to the NDC party in our wing.
Okay.
And he said that he knows them, those who are mining there, he knows them to be party boys. And that at one point in time, he had advocated that if they were giving chance to other people to mine in the forest, then they should equally give those boys a chance to mine. And that's why I asked him whether that is not condoning an illegality and supporting an illegality. And he said, well, he just advocated and he has no interest or involved in any way. But, Winston, my point is that, you see, mining in the forest reserve, it's a very restricted business. The Forestry Commission guards the various forests with their lives. In fact, there are forest guards who will be able to even fish out somebody who is cutting a tree, just a single tree in the forest, and they will be able to fish you out. Not alone carting excavators, over 17 of them, into that forest. If you do not have any strong political backing or strong force behind you, you will never be able to achieve that. And that is what has happened in the previous era, where people who were powerful in government supported certain key individuals within the party to take excavators into the forest to destroy it. And that is my premise, that we should not be condoning that kind of impunity. In fact, as we speak, the Apamprama Forest Reserve has lost about 50% of it. They are now pits and gullies. We are now looking for money to reclaim, and we are talking about millions of dollars. Already, the $103 million that came from the World Bank for that restoration project, I have checked on the ground. I have not seen it. I'm challenging the previous administration. If they use this for restoration, they should come up and show us where they did that reclamation with the money so we can go and check. But we are creating more conditions for more loss to the taxpayer. Because as we keep on invading these forests and digging haphazardly and mining illegally, we are creating more key areas for reclamation, which is very expensive. And already we are not even getting any tax from these illegalities that we are perpetrating. So I really think that this calls for an emergent situation.
Your call has been put on hold. Please
and
wait.
Already I am happy that after I posted it on my Facebook page and did the story on Joy, I'm having key people in government at the seat of government calling. And in fact, they are giving me a roadmap that is starting today that they are going to go on the ground. I am happy, and I'm still
that
monitoring
roadmap
to
that
see
you
what will
talk
happen.
about, Erastus, that roadmap that you talk about, finally, what is it?
Well, they are telling me that starting from today, they are going to move on the ground and they are going to flush those people out. They also say they are not going to do things like the previous administration. and that they are going to work with us. I'm looking forward to it. It's a good start because in the previous administration, even when we sent our works to the various ministers in their WhatsApp portfolios, they never responded. They never reached out to even say, we're going to work with you, or we are acting on this, or we are acting on that. So that's a bold step. It's a good step.
Okay.
But I'm baiting my breath to see what will happen at the end of today and in the course of the coming days concerning our polluted rivers and the invasion of our forest reserves.
Now, finally, so you say, following the change of government, some of these boys have also moved into the forest, believing now that they can also degrade the forest, damage the forest in search of gold.
Exactly, and it's not limited to one forest. In fact, after airing that story, I'm hearing a lot of reports with pictures from the Takwa area, from the Dumping area, parts of the western region, even the Tano Nimri Forest Reserve, where Chemawun to me invaded illegally. They have also invaded that place as well. They've gone to the Yoyo Forest Reserve, also within the Samreboy Enclave, and they've invaded those parts as well. Okay. And that is where I think a strong statement from the current administration to show that they will not condone that impunity will revert across the entire Galamsey field and send a strong message out there to people that this is not the way to go.
All right, Erastus Asaridonko, thank you very much for joining us. We know that you would, keep following up on this. We'll definitely come back to you. We are also going to be following up on this. We are not going to let people continue the destruction of our environment. But let me bring in Franklin Kujo, president of Imani Africa. And the surprise, Franklin, is the fact that we've also been joined by Professor Godfrey Bokbing. Good morning, Professor Bokbing.
Yes, good morning, Winston, and good morning, Franklin Kujo, and everyone.
Great.
Good morning.
Franklin, the surprise is that even the destruction of our environment, people see it as, their bona fide right once there is a change in government. How did we sink this low, Franklin?
Well, good morning once again. Who was it that said? My good friend, the late Professor George. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Professor George, in one of his famous, quotes, and permit me if I should quote. It's sure. A bit, it's funny, but he says that. He was talking about African governments and the challenges they have. He had a time with most governments in the 90s and all of that. And then he said something like, we struggle hard to remove one cockroach from power, and another rat comes to repeat the same thing. It's really funny. But I'm using this example not necessarily to say that the NDC government has unleashed on us what I call environmental homicide elements. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. But you see, the optics may not be looking good at this point. If indeed these persons, as Erastus has identified, and by the way, some of them are waiting in the saddle. They are waiting in the sidelines to see exactly how these persons will be treated, and then boom, the whole thing starts again. So it is important that we rein this thing in, and I expected that one of the things the president would have done immediately, one of his critical mission issues, should have been this Galamsey. I don't know whether it's part of the 120-day or should I propose ultimatum. Yeah, but I suspect that immediately whoever becomes the lands minister or the so-called ministerial committee that's usually set up should move to it, because these are legacy issues. See, these are one of the biggest legacy issues that led to the last administrations after from PAP. And so it's one critical issue that the new administration must seize immediately to deal with. Erasmus, I'm going to ask you how are the water bodies looking like? Let's be an indication as to whether the intensity of these activities have been brightened or been looked. I don't know yet, but whatever it is, because it's like a sleeping dragon or snake actually waiting to exhale, I think it's important that the new administration tells us exactly how they are going to deal with this matter immediately. They shouldn't be telling us. They should just move into action and deal with the matter expeditious. I'm surprised and I'm worried that there are stories of this nature.
Let me bring you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. No, I mean, you were asking for the 120-day social contract, but you look at the 120-day social contract. 19 says ban illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves, roll out our Trees for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. So that's what he says. Hello, Franklin. Okay, I think we may have lost Franklin Kujo, who's president of Imani Africa. But if you have Professor Godfred Bokping on, Professor Bokping, briefly also on this illegal mining, what's your take?
Well, thank you very much. I think we were not expecting much from President Mahama and from the NDC in terms of their resolve to fight illegal mining. But I would prefer that we even say irresponsible mining, because some miners have license, but they are doing irresponsible mining across the continuum. Because if you properly diagnose the issue, you realize that the illegal mining, irresponsible mining cuts across the two main political parties, right? So I think what is needed right now will be the various stakeholders, the people of Ghana, we coming to terms that we face existential threats. How do we turn this existential threat to existential opportunity? We cannot leave that alone to government to settle that on their own terms. If we leave that alone to the president and the government to settle on their own terms, I'm sure in the next couple of years, Ghana will be gone. So it's just like a tortoise. Sometimes,
yeah, but Prof, talking about leaving government, Prof, I mean, there were people who actually campaigned against the previous government, wanted the previous government out because they said the previous government had done nothing. And you had some of their communicators say they only would fight illegal mining post the election because they didn't want a situation where it would affect them. Now, if we say you didn't expect much from the NDC because they are both involved, then it means we're lost, aren't we? Because the government that must lead the way doesn't seem to care or can't do anything about it.
In economics, we say that people respond to incentives, even include leadership. So you realize that the results, or even that occasion a regime change, it actually came from the people. It came from the middle class, TUC, UTAC, and all the medical association, and all of that. So that's why I'm saying that we need to get all these stakeholders on board. We need to get the security agencies. That way, we'll be able to get government to respond in a manner that preserves our ecological ecosystem. If we leave it to only the president or government to settle this matter, I think it will take a little longer, and by the time we realize it's a different thing altogether. And that's why I'm saying that, look, we cannot leave it to government alone. I think we need to go back to the basics. We need to resurrect the pressure across the various stakeholders, interested parties, so that that way government will respond. Remember that politicians are afraid of the crowd. So if we are silent, then understanding is that it's okay and all of that. And I think that the more we allow time, the more politicians will take us for a ride. And that is why I'm saying that we cannot leave it to the president alone. Because, in fact, if we had a serious government, I mean, like Donald Trump, you could just see he meant what he was saying. And within the first few days, you could see what he has done in terms of executive orders, in terms of a state of emergency and all of that. That is leadership. We don't have that here. So we have to step in. And I think that this is the time. We cannot allow honeymoon for the president in a matter that is as critical as irresponsible mining. That threatens the legitimacy of the state itself. and all of that. So this is not just something that affects a few people. In fact, this is an existential threat. This undermines our democracy. We have no idea that our moral fiber is being lost to the highest bidder. Our democracy is for sale and all of that. So I think that, for our own going concern, for our own future, I think we all need to come on board. I think that is what is needed right now. I don't think that if we allow the president alone on this matter, we will get results. There has to be a measured pressure on the president. We have to bury our political differences, our tribal differences, and recognize that this is the time that we must win another independence for the next generation. Just as our forefathers laid down their lives and won independence for us, this is another independence we have to win. Because whether we like it or not, look, even if we say we should stop irresponsible mining today, the level of distraction that we have witnessed, our fiscal space cannot sustain that. We cannot. And if you look at the projections, in the next 5 to 10 years, in fact, we are looking at maximum the next 10 years, Ghana will have to start importing water. Okay. And if you look at the medical professionals have told us the health implications and all of that. In fact, we don't need a prophet to even tell us what the future looks like. The data is clear. The data is clear. And the solution will not be that, hey, those who can get out of the kitchen because the kitchen is so hot and all of that. I think we have just one country and we have only Ghana. And all that we need to do right now is to make sure, in fact, and I think that the president is operating behind the curve. By now, the president should give us a clear roadmap. We cannot leave it to only the Minister of Lands and whatever natural resources. This must come from the highest office of the land. The president should give us a roadmap. In the next 6 months, in the next 3 months or so, what is the roadmap?
Okay.
What role is expected of all of us?
Let me just bring back Franklin in, because Franklin, before we lost you, you were asking the 120-day contract, and I said I wanted to share with you what President Mahama promises. He says, ban illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves, roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. That's the promise, Franklin.
Well, thank you. And it's exactly what ought to be done. I suspect it should have been probably the first 30 days, because it's an existential threat.
Okay.
I know that the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources for Forestry is yet to be vetted and all of that. But you see, I somehow feel that, look, the president, this is one of the first orders that he gave, even before the minister is in place. Immediately, I thought the first few actions would have been staying course on almost all the water bodies, the places where mining is happening illegally. At least issue an executive order, as that Trump has been doing, and then just so that you put people on notice. You understand? Anyway, he said 120 days, so let's not possibly rush him. But I would have thought that it's one of the very few actions that should have been taken. At least sending that signal. Don't forget, we called on Nanado to at least issue an emergency. Where these things were happening. Where these things were happening. Rather, he sent a legion of about 100 soldiers who dissipated into thin air because they didn't know what they were about. So it is important that we deal with this matter expeditiously. I don't want to hear the narratives about, and some ministers in the last administration told me, had it not been this small illegal thing, the city would have been 25 cities to $1 by now. I said, I don't care. If we're sacrificing that was a warped way of fighting currency, fighting currency stability, by the way. If you thought that we would use illegal means to actually stable a currency, very soon your whole economy will be taken up by illegal people, by the way. So, look, this is an essential issue, and I think it should be dealt, especially now that we have this unfortunate incident in what's it called?
Obuasi?
But actually, yes, now that reminds me, that should have been an opportunity for President Mahama to actually put this in motion immediately. Issue an executive order that, look, all illegal mining, everything will be stopped, and then we wait to see how it is enforced. Okay. I think it should come sooner than later. Than the 190th day or 180th or 120th day. It should be one of the things that should come at least within the next week. We should hear something authoritatively. I know he set up a committee to look into Boati, but I think probably an opportunity should have been taken to quickly rein in these activities as they happen in our water bodies and forest areas.
Great. Let me introduce Senyo Hosi, who is founding member of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. He's also joined the conversation. Senyo Franklin says this should have been one of the first things that this government should have done. You agree?
I agree with Franklin, absolutely. I have been impressed with a number of the things that His Excellency President Mahama has done. If my disappointment exists today, it's only about Galamsey. I am not impressed. I'm not enthused. His Excellency the President actually signed the pledge. One of the things that the pledge talks about is denouncing Galamsey and actually taking swift action and admitting that the responsibility is that of His Excellency the President. So for us to be here and see things degrade and actually start getting information that some people now think is their turn to chop, it's very heartbreaking. And I think the President has a very short window to maintain the confidence of the public. I have maintained that Ghanaians rejected another Akufo-Addo regime in that last election. Unnecessarily because of superiority about any policy positioning from anybody else, but it was a clear rejection of the Akufo-Addo's management of our economy and critical issues like Galamsey. We have reposed a lot of confidence in His Excellency John Mahama. He shouldn't lose it that quickly. And I just pray that he is guided by good counsel around him and he takes remedial steps to restore confidence, especially confidence between that middle class. Go to those areas and people make a mistake assuming that the Galamsey hills there because there's supposedly some money coming in there. People's farms are getting destroyed. It employs more people there. People are struggling to feed. Prof. Boppin and his team did some research sometime last year. The economic impact of Galamsey in these areas has not gotten better. It is some people, very myopic thinking, who even think that now that they don't have to drink from the river, their river is not good enough and they're getting bottled water from Accra. They think they've advanced. It is stupidity. We can't continue to encourage this kind of recklessness in our country. We have only one country. Politicians will always come and go. What this also tells all of us is that the Ghana we want and the Ghana we need will not be given to us because we vote.
Yeah.
You have to fight and negotiate the Ghana you want, not just for yourself, but for yourself and your children, your children's children. That future, as we see, continue to look bleak. And if we leave it in the hands of politicians who will struggle with decisiveness, knowing the facts and the truth, it will be a problem. When we're fighting this Galamsey after the election, I expected very swift action. I'm one of the very first statements. I was very impressed by Mahama's GM's 120-day promise. We clearly had number 19 there with Galamsey. I was thinking it should have been number 1 or number 2. But it's okay. I don't care about the order. Where is the action? Where is that bold statement? We issued a statement the last time. We've already written His Excellency the President for some action. Even issue a clear statement that, look, everybody exists, even this. We are going to move people in there. We have to restore our water bodies. For those who are going to economically impacted, we'll go through a process to review to see how we can manage the interests of everybody at some point. But what is superior at this time is our environment and our water bodies. Everybody must stop. Nothing. I haven't heard anything. I don't really listen to radio much, so I want to assume that maybe it's been said. I haven't heard it. So, Winston, you should tell me. Has it been said?
It hasn't been
Have you heard it?
No, it hasn't. I haven't
So,
heard
you see, these are the things that break hearts and make people lose confidence very quickly. Most of us lost confidence in Anado's government in 6 months. It took him and his moving peanut to let us know that this man was not really up to the good that we wished. I don't want us to take less than 1 month for us to lose confidence in President Mahama. Where Ghana is today, what is on the table is democracy itself. People are losing confidence in democracy. So if we've all gone out there to really vote for you, Mr. President, with great expectations for a transformation, and in your own words, Mr. President, resetting of Ghana, and we still see nobody being pressed by critical Mr. President, it is very depressing. And you are running out of time to restore our confidence or to maintain the confidence and the trust and hope that many have in you.
Okay.
The voting pattern in Accra should tell you where the middle class stands today. The voting pattern in Accra alone should tell you where the middle class stands today. The fact that the president that has just left promoted Galamsey by not taking decisive actions, and he also lost those places, should also tell you that trying to pamper the situation will not necessarily keep anybody's special vote in these areas. Let's get this straight. We are here for Ghana, and if a one-term president cannot be firm and strong enough to take decisive decisions to correct and restore hope for our future, in all honesty, Ghana is doomed. Ghana will be then doomed.
Hold on 1 minute.
That will be the legacy of JM.
Okay.
So I'm appealing to Mr. President for strong action and carry us, the people, along.
Okay.
And I agree again with Franklin. It is not a matter of Amakofibo, my very good friend. He's a great chap. But all the presidents who signed the pledge admitted it was the responsibility of the president, not of a minister they will appoint. So action must be taken, and action must be taken now. Okay. Having said that, a few things to the Ghanaian people. As I earlier said, we will get the Ghana we want and the Ghana we need if we negotiate and fight for it. So going forward, nobody should be passive. Because what is at stake is your future and your children's future. When we have to take action, if we have to do with mass mobilization, when our carrying stickers, putting notes on your email signature, stop Galamsey, join and add your voice. Let the political class know it's a matter of priority for you. There's nothing to be scared. What you should be scared is that you sit aloof and your children have no future.
Okay.
And everybody must rise to it. So thank you, Jonathan, for making this a topical matter. Always show the way.
Thank you very much, Senyo. So having discussed Galamsey, and like you say, this is something we're going to continue. We must actually ensure that we're able to deal with this menace once and for all. But let's look at another thing, because one of the promises of His Excellency John Mahama also was the establishment was to have a national economic dialogue, and the team has been put in place with the objectives clearly stated. Let me start off with you, Franklin Kujo. What do you make of the team and the objectives set out for them?
Well, maybe this is Senchi version 2.0. I recall that the last time John was in office, he held this interesting dialogue. And of course, at the time, the opposition obviously did not participate. I think it was only the likes of Kwame Pieni who was part of actually took part in it. And by the way, that thing did Ghana a lot of good, because you see, that's where the homegrown solutions were better. Characterize it how you want. For me, I thought it was just common sense, but they call it homegrown solutions. I mean, if you don't have money, you don't need money to spend. You probably need to be, should I call it, prudent. So whatever they characterize it, it actually fed into the ECF program at the time, which eventually led to the IMF deal that we had. So I think it is sensible that the national dialogue be held. Don't forget, it's one of the things the last administration never was interested in. I mean, I thought that I don't know whether they thought that by holding the national dialogue and people bringing views, then their equals would have been happy. I mean, astonishing levels of incompetence and weakness could have been made up for having a national conversation. And then the president could have deflected and said, well, these are the things people told me. But he didn't even want to listen to critics that, hello, can you hear me? Sorry, I think the line...
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. So I think it is important. It's critical to have a conversation at some point in your lifetime of the lifetime of an economy. Look at the DDEP. Look at how bad it was handled. Everything that happened, the economy, nothing national was ever helped. I was shocked. So now that someone wants to do this, I think it is important. The only issue though is that they say one of the things is to show the true state of the economy. I think most Ghanaians already know what the true state of the economy is. I don't see why that objective should be really important, because part of the matter, that's why we kicked out those guys, by the way, the bad guys. Part of the matter is that they ran this economy aground. They claim to use 120 something minister. That's why and so everybody knows the state of the economy, including the MPP. They are aware of the state of the economy. So I didn't think it was as well as the first step to establish the true state. That's the work of the Ministry of Finance. And I suspect that Masato is there, Honorable Forcing, he will be even through the transition period. There were numbers that were mentioned. All you need to do is to look at the numbers, look at the outcome. You have your true state of the economy. I don't know, this economy is not, it's not even so linked in such a way that, so that you can tell things will be affected here. This economy.
Franklin, can you hold on for me while we try to? Hello, Franklin. Franklin, can you hold on for me while we try to reconnect with you? We seem to be having some issues with your line, so please hold on for me, Franklin. We'll reconnect with you. But let me move on to Professor Godfrey Bokping now. Professor Bokping, so let me ask you about the objectives. Franklin has talked about the true state of the economy. That's something we know already. How about the remaining two? Develop a homegrown fiscal consolidation program and highlight key structural reforms and policy priorities essential for resetting the economy.
Well, thank you very much. I think that, because of how polarized the nation has become, even when it comes to our public debt, sometimes it's a matter of multiple choice. You have one figure here, another figure here, and all of that. I want to believe that part of establishing the true state of the economy is to have some kind of an objective approach, bringing on board different views and all of that, so that Ghanaians will begin to get along with what the state of the economy is, because depending on the party you belong to, sometimes you look at things differently, and the figures are also interpreted differently and all of that. So I would think that the first objective is still relevant, that we have a proper appreciation of where we are, which will guide us in terms of what kind of policies we need to come out with, what kind of reforms, how do we anchor those policies within the necessary structural reforms, productivity enhancing reforms. So I think that the first one is as important as the other two that follows from that. But I think that we also need to understand that we're under an IMF-supported program and all of that. So we have to be able to negotiate or navigate these homegrown solutions within the framework of the IMF-supported program. But what could also be good is that we know that the IMF-supported program alone will not be sufficient to deliver the economic transformation and productivity, inclusive productivity growth Ghana so desperately needs. So this forum probably will come out with other measures, reforms. For instance, when it comes to productivity enhancing reforms, we know that the IMF has a limitation in terms of the extent to which they can influence governance reforms. That is to the people of Ghana to prescribe. So when it comes to downsizing state-owned enterprises, even central government and the rest of them, the IMF wouldn't want to be strong in those areas. That would amount to interference. But we then can take advantage of this forum and prescribe cost-cutting measures, wasteful expenditure cuts that we think that will create fiscal space for productivity enhancing innovation and all of that. That is the only way we can complement the limited progress that we are getting from the IMF supported program. Remember, at the time the program was approved, the IMF managing director told us that we should look beyond the IMF supported program, that the program alone cannot deliver all that Ghana is looking for. We must be able to come out with our own measures to complement, right, some of the interventions that are within the IMF supported program. So I think that it's a good call, and I'm also happy some of the people who are on the committee, Dr. Ishmael Yamson, Dr. K.Y. Amuakun, because Dr. K.Y. Amuakun's organization has been talking about some of these reforms, the Ghana Compact and all of that. I believe that rich experience that he has across the globe, across the continent, will be brought to bear. But what is then important is that the committee must reach out to experts beyond the NDC or beyond the government, across academia, CSOs, and even practitioners. That way we'll be able to build consensus, a good understanding of where we are and where we want to go and how we can get there. That would also identify the sacrifices that we need to make in terms of reforms to our tax regime. And then again, that would also come with the necessary sacrifice that leadership has to make. I believe that if we are talking about maybe 40 ministers, if we are talking about presidential advisors and all of that, I think we should look at the entire value chain and link that to state-owned enterprises. Because the concept of efficiency is not just with respect to central government, but then it must be a general government approach to doing business. How do we deliver public services at the least cost to the taxpayer? And what level of value for money should we look for in what project and all of that? Remember that infrastructure should not stand alone. You benefit from infrastructure when you explore efficiency and the leakages within the economy. I think so. I'm looking forward to the forum. I'm looking forward to the invited experts and all of that, and then the extent to which we'll be able to also implement. Remember that since independence, we haven't lacked strategy. Ghana's development, you'll find it in various economic strategy programs and all of that sit in the literature, that are gathering dust in the chest. Okay, you don't see it out there. The next important thing is whatever this committee will come out with, it must be binding. How do we make it binding? How does government accept some of those difficult proposals that will cost them their popularity, or that will require that they do greater trade-off for the common good? So that is how I will look at it. But of course, let's not take it that this is an achievement. Setting up a committee to organize a national economic forum is not an achievement. These are good intentions. We should not substitute them for our accomplishment. But the president, more importantly, must look at how some of these interventions link up to the critical issues on the table of the average Ghanaian: irresponsible mining, food inflation, and all of that. So don't pick and choose. Look at it holistically. Look at how they are linked. You can never reset this economy in the face of ecological destruction. The first thing you should do is to preserve our ecology. There can never be any economy without the environment. And that is why at the national level today, when we are talking about development, we are saying that development must reflect the 5 P's. It must preserve our planet Earth. It must be people-focused. It must reflect peace, partnership, prosperity. Look, Winston, we are not asking our president to compete in the space economy. That is worth over $1.8 trillion. That is for US and China and India. That is not what we are asking the president to do. We are asking the president to just preserve our environment here.
Okay.
That is all that we are asking. We are not asking him, we are not like asking fish to climb a tree. These are low-hanging fruit. A state of emergency, deployment, and all of that. I think we need that as quickly as possible. 120 day doesn't mean that it should start at the 120th day. It can start just tomorrow.
Thank you,
Prof.
Prof.
That is leadership.
Great. Kindly hold on for me, Prof. Let me bring in Senyo Hosea at this point. Senyo, what are your own thoughts about the National Economic Dialogue Committee that has been put in place and the objectives set out for them?
I agree with Prof about the fact that we need to definitely have something like this. It tells you something. I mean, I like the consultative posture of John Mahama. He's starting right. His biggest problem and biggest gap right now is Galamsey. But setting up something like this is prudent. It's not the first time. When we had the Sinti retreat, which I was a part of, together with Franklin and Kwesi Boche of blessed memory, it was important trying to galvanize consensus across a future for our country. It set the pace for our economic recovery. It did. Make no mistake, everything you saw in year 1, 2017 and year 2, was a function of that base of 2017 and 2018 of Nana Addo's government. Was a function of that particular base, which they refused to partake in. The president coming here and admitting that, look, we have a big problem. We can't just sit at the very top end of policy and look at things at just the macro level and disconnect with the micro that feeds the macro. So he's right. I really commend him for that step. That step. It's a very good concern. And the team there, the only person I think should have been there is Prof. Bokpin. But Bokpin has done so much work, and I think his insights will be very critical. I wish he was a part of the organizing team, so that the conversations are properly shaped. I mean, and Franklin's input in the last one was fantastic. I hope he'll be part of it going forward. So I commend the president for the initiative. But again, we shouldn't actually swap initiatives for achievements, like Prof said.
Okay.
There's one thing commissioning something for breaking ground for something. It's another thing commissioning it after completion. So the sweetness of the pudding will only be in the eating. Okay. But the steps we are seeing so far are positive. And frankly, I understand you that we all get the state of the economy. But you have a state of the economy in different facets. You have to connect and relate the macro state of the economy with the micro state of the economy. And that's why people must come together so that we set a baseline. So any kind of policy propositions that are made, there'll be a baseline to compare it to. Okay. There are many indicators that are not easily captured. There are certain real sentiments from the business world that are not properly captured. So yes, it may be there in snippets all over, but let's consolidate them and have a consolidated state of the broader economy, both at the micro and also at the macro level. And I think the inputs you made the last time, the leadership you show will be very critical in us having this very impactful. And I'm happy about K.Y. Moakon. K.Y. is a colossus in this conversation. It was one, he actually set the tone at the last Saint retreat when we had His Excellency Mr. Atta Blessed Memory leading the entire charge at the time. It was K.Y. And K.Y. has been working on a national compact, significantly driven by economic interventions. And it's a compact that's been worked on by people from different fields. Franklin is there. You have the likes of Prof. And a lot of great academics, a lot of great businessmen also participating in that process, and a few politicians who've also opted to also participate in that process. So his insights will be very, very impactful. I want to believe. So the team as gathered, I think, is fine. The initiative is fine. The terms of reference can always be amended or improved, but as is not out of place. We just can only encourage the team to actually deliver. There's something I'm seeing in my conversations with ministers these days. Everybody has conversations and stays time. And I like the fact that the president stated it explicitly. Is it 2 weeks or so? He said, within 2 weeks, this should be done. That's the kind of voice and leadership we want to see. But Mr. President, while you are doing this, you should do it on something that is equally or even more urgent today, which is Galamsey. I beg you, don't look the other way when it is Galamsey.
Senor, thank you very, very much for joining us. Thank you also, Professor Godfred Bokpin, and thank you, Franklin Kujo, for all making time to join us here on the Super Morning Show. We're very grateful.
Have a pleasant morning.
Great, but you know what? Look, the enjoyment is real. From now to June 2025, Enterprise Insurance is giving you more reasons to smile on the road. Buy or renew your existing motor insurance policy and enjoy amazing rewards. Free fuel coupons for your vehicle and airtime for your phone. It's that simple. Insure, not chilly. With over 100 years of trusted experience, we're here to secure your peace of mind. Visit any branch, connect with your insurance agent or broker, or use the Enterprise Advantage app for convenience and enjoy free fuel coupons and airtime instantly. When you buy or renew your motor insurance, Enterprise Insurance is rated AAA by GCR for financial strength and claims paying ability. Terms and conditions apply. Enterprise, your advantage. But Afisha Pa. Give your eyes the best attention and care it deserves this year. Don't play with your eyes. Cry. With over 34 years of experience, Robert & Sons Limited Optical Services continues to offer comprehensive eye care services, which include all-day comprehensive eye testing with modern equipment, eye specialist services, pediatric eye care services, visual field testing, optical coherence, tomography scan, OCT, 100% original and unbeatable frames and optical products, including contact lenses and solutions, corporate eye care services, and so much more. Visit Robert & Sons Optical in Adabraka, Osu, Dankwa Circle, Tema Community Services, Wager, East Legon, Adenta, and Kumasi. For more information, please call 0302 222-601 or 0501-519-111, or visit us on our website robertandsonsoptical.com, robertandsonsoptical.com. But on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter is Robert & Sons Limited, Robert & Sons Optical Services. Seeing is believing. But I want you to lead the change with the university built for tomorrow's leaders. Heritage Christian University College, set up to provide the missing link in tertiary education through creativity and innovation. Since 2018, the university has given over 450,000 startup grants to a number of its students to start their businesses, and there's a huge emphasis on entrepreneurship, technology, and practical learning with professional certification accredited by GTech and located at Amasaman behind the Olympic Stadium. There are graduate and undergraduate programs. Call 0547 777731 or 0202 298399 or visit our website hcuc.edu.ga for more details. Heritage Christian University, educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders. When we return after these messages, our friends from Graphic Business and Stanbic Bank will join us and tell us more about tomorrow's Graphic Business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting.
Wear a condom for sex and protect yourself from HIV. HIV has no cure. No condom, no sex. This message is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission.
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
The Joy News Impact Makers Awards is here again to honor everyday people making extraordinary impact across Ghana. But we can't do it without you. Yes, you. We need you to tell us whom you think should be the next Joy News Impact Maker. That person could be your neighbor, family member, friend, colleague, or someone you have heard about making significant strides in your community. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards brings your heroes and heroines into the spotlight. You can nominate an impact maker in just a few easy steps. Send an email to impact.makersaward@myjoyonline.com, fill the form, and tell us about your hero or heroine. Entries are open from now to February the 10th, 2025. You can make your hero or heroine a Joy News Impact Maker and appreciate the work they do for your community, be it in health, education, ICT, water and sanitation, agriculture, and many more. Also remember to nominate that person for a special award in climate adaptation innovations and ICT. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
If home is where the heart is, then let's go home, shall we? Let's go where the entertainment is, where the passion is, where the laughter is, and sometimes even the tears too. Let's go where we feel safe enough to share our opinions
and send tweets,
where we do that embarrassing little dance to our favorite song. Let's go home where the love, the care, and the joy live.
There's
no place like home. Connect your home to super fast internet with affordable data bundles from MTN Home. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh or your My MTN app to sign up today. MTN.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
Outages or high electricity bills, switch to moved solar energy for reliable, affordable and sustainable solar solutions. We specialize in the sale, installation and maintenance of premium solar panels, durable moved in inverters and long-lasting batteries, all backed by a 2-year warranty. With moved solar energy, you enjoy uninterrupted power supply, reduce energy cost and contribute to a greener environment. Call us today on 054 306 2503, 0538 108109, or visit us at Tantra Hill around St. John Methodist Church for a free consultation. Do not wait. Make that switch to solar energy today. Moved solar energy, power your future with the sun. But if you're a graduate from the University Polytechnic College of Education, Nursing and Midwifery College, or you've completed SHS and looking for the opportunity to study your dream course abroad, Let me just inform you that you can study in countries like Australia, Canada, in the United Kingdom, USA, Ireland, New Zealand, and many more. These countries have an excellent reputation in teaching and research, and you can work part-time to support your studies and get up to 4 years post-work visa when you've completed successfully. Application for January 2025 is ongoing. Contact Astolinks to get information about admission, scholarship, as well as how to secure your visa. Astolinks is located at 4A Pawpaw Street, East Legon. Call them on 0265 341070, 0265 341070. Visit their website, astolinks.net. Astolinks pathway for success. But Kingdom Books and Station Limited wants you to know that, look, you don't have to walk to any of their stores. You can just log on to kingdomstoreonline.com and they will arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable time. They offer free delivery within Accra and Tema, and they accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions have applied. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. So this morning we're joined by Charles Benoni Okine, who is Assistant Editor Graphic Business, and Roland Kwame Akafia, who is Manager Beyond Banking and Partnerships, Stanbic Bank. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Wilson.
I believe you're all doing very well.
Yeah.
January treated you. Charles.
January is still ongoing.
Oh, but the month has ended.
So we are grateful.
We are alive.
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's talk about the Graphic Business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting tomorrow. Themed public-private partnership as a financing option for sustainable development. First of all, it would be important for you, Ben. I said, you know what came to my Ben?
I know. I know.
Roland, to tell us why Stanbic Bank is supporting this.
Okay, thank you, Wilson. As Stanbic Bank, I think in our DNA is this tagline that Ghana is our home, so we drive her growth. So we've been doing a lot of things beyond just banking services, whether we're creating the right ecosystem for our banking business partners to thrive, or we're creating the right products to meet demands for our business partners or personal banking. So this is just an extension of what we do. For the past almost a decade now, we've partnered a credible brand like the Graphic Communications to drive topical conversations in the country. So we every quarter we look at the economy, the country as large, and then see how we can contribute to policy discussions. So that's what we've been doing almost a decade now. And this time around, we decided, we looked at what is going on in the country, and we decided on the topic public-private partnership. I beg your pardon. We're going to bring experts from various angles to try to sort of digest or discuss this topic to see how we can contribute to, because government is currently looking at various innovative way of putting some infrastructure on the ground. So we're trying to discuss how this can also help.
And talking about government, exploring various options, let me bring you in, Charles Benoni Okine. Why public-private partnerships and why they're important?
Yeah, thank you, Winston. You realize that in the country we have a very huge infrastructure gap. A very huge infrastructure gap. And we also know how the economy is going, how we are cash-strapped. And we feel that if we bring up this conversation, it will be important because the private sector plays a very key role when it comes to financing some of these projects. They have the funding, and if they support government to do this, it can be done faster. Yeah, so it's a mantra of the graphic business, setting the business agenda, and we feel that setting this agenda, at this time when there's a new government in place, will make a headway.
But talking about the private sector coming in, is also the question of funding the private sector itself, supporting them. So what is the role of the bank in driving public-private partnerships, Roland?
Well, actually, you've said it yourself. There are various moving parts of a typical PPP project. So you have the financing, you have the technical know-how, you have the legal bit, and then you have the public sector that needs to put some assets on the ground, and then by partnering with a private entity. So, but what holds it together is the financing, because that is what government doesn't have, and then the private sector has to bring in. And so it's the bank that comes in with the financing. And we have various instruments. And then beyond even the financing, we also have experts in-house that can also advise on PPP projects.
Great. So when is the breakfast meeting?
So the breakfast meeting is tomorrow at the Labadi Beach Hotel. It will be streamed live too, because if we are not able to get more people coming in, we've invited quite a number of people, but we know the hall is a bit smaller.
In effect, you're saying it's strictly by invitation.
It's strictly by invitation, and then
so if you've not been invited, you should probably be listening to it on Joy FM.
On our various platforms, on the graphic platform, Stambik, and then multimedia as well.
Who's the speaker?
The speaker for tomorrow will be Vish Ashabo. Is the country senior partner of PwC.
Okay.
Very well experienced, and we know he will share a lot of perspectives on the topic.
For that person who is listening to me and probably saying, well, why should I get concerned? Why do I need to listen? What is it that you believe is the reason why anybody should listen?
Well, we all live in this country called Ghana, and we know where we are as a country. We know we are under an IMF program, but we still know that for us to get out of the IMF program, there are certain things that needed to be done. We need the right infrastructure to support us to be able to do the right thing that we need to do. And we're saying there are various ways of looking at it, and PPPs are one of the innovative ways. Other countries have used it effectively. So why don't we also do that? We have the act in place. We've had a structure from the Ministry of Finance has worked on PPPs for a number of years now, but we haven't taken advantage of that to put any significant infrastructure on the ground. And we're saying if other countries have used it, why can't we also do the same? So this should be important to every Ghanaian, that if there's an opportunity for us to put those infrastructure in place, let's discuss it together.
Great, let's discuss it together.
If I may add, you see the posture of the government now, setting up the economic team to discuss, to plan this national economic dialogue
committee. Yes.
It tells you that it's a listening government, and this platform that we are also providing is for people to make contributions, listen and make contributions, and once we put this together in the form of a communique, we can present to government, and I'm sure they will have a critical look at it. So everybody should be interested and contribute towards it.
Anything you'd like to say finally, Roland?
No, so we just want to thank our key partner. This has been a good journey. We'll continue to do that. But more importantly, we're inviting everybody to this program to listen, and we want people to contribute. This is important. Ghana is our country. We need to contribute to its development. Just as Stambik is also driving the growth of this country, we want everybody to come on board as well.
Great. Charles?
Yes, and I think for us setting the business agenda, I think it's a good platform that we have created, and I think everybody should join, like I said, on all the graphic social media platforms, Stambik, and then multimedia. They will have an opportunity to contribute.
Great. Thank you very much, Charles Benonioka, who is Assistant Editor Graphic Business, and Roland Kwame Akafia, Manager, Beyond Banking and Partnerships, Stambik Bank. So it's tomorrow at 7 a.m., Public-Private Partnerships as a financing option for sustainable development at the Labadi Beach Hotel. Of course, it will be live on Joy 99.7 FM and also live on the Joy News channel. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
Baby mu wanna be a majimukum. Me ada musala muntum. And I mean have mu po musala na muzum. Baby mu wanna be
over to Parliament for the vetting of Emmanuel Amakufibua, but I'm sure you guys have heard the latest from MTN. Well, if not, then listen, because for those of you who love MTN Free After One, prepare for the upgraded experience that is MTN Free After One Extra. Now, let me tell you what the Extra is all about. With MTN Free After One Extra, you get to talk for a whole hour uninterrupted while paying for only the first minute of every 10 minutes you talk, which means for every 10 minutes you talk within the hour, you only pay for the first minute, and you get to talk for 60 minutes straight with no interruptions. You like what you hear? Well, as if that's not enough, you also get 50 megabyte of data for free after your first call daily. So you see, now is the time to talk extra with all the people you love. To subscribe to MTN Free After One Extra today, just dial star 550 hash, star 550 hash, and follow the prompts. But what a way to kick off 2025 Holiday Inn Airport City is now Palms by Eagles, offering a fresh, delightful experience. The newly improved hotel is ready to welcome you with unmatched hospitality in the heart of Ghana. Don't miss our Sunday brunch with assorted flavors at a discounted rate of 300 Ghana cedis. Come and experience elevated hospitality like never before at Palms by Eagles. On that note, we're bringing to the end of today's